The country gave me a wife, and sent me for. Chapter 1, The Matriarchal Nation. Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Feng's decree. For the future of the Great Qing, from today onwards, all male members of the population who have reached the age of 15 will be assigned out. All females who are 13 and above must report their birthdates to the Love Teachings Pavilion to be placed on the marriage roster. The Love Teachings Pavilion will assign males to marry them, and refusal is forbidden. One daughter in a household marries one man. If there are multiple daughters, all must marry. Anyone who is found hiding them privately will be punished according to military law. Similarly for the males. By decree. Fang Quibing was awakened by the sound of crying. Opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Sitting beside him was a young woman, her face covered, silently weeping. Enough. Stop crying, you're being annoying. The woman heard his voice and immediately wiped her tears with her sleeve. Master? You're awake. You scared me to death. I thought the husband the country just assigned to me was about to die. With that, she turned and walked out of the room. Fang Quibing couldn't believe it. He had never seen such a beautiful, gentle woman. Every frown and smile of hers exuded femininity. Her slender waist seemed delicate enough to hold in one hand, and her fair skin looked flawless, even though she was wrapped in simple, rough cloth. Her figure, so curvaceous, could not be hidden by the plain attire. He swallowed hard. But what is this place? A flood of strange and jumbled memories came rushing in. He had traveled to another world into the body of a man who shared his name. This place was called the Great Qing, a matriarchal nation. However, in recent years, the male population had been rapidly declining, with fewer than 10 men in every 100 people. If this continued, the country's power would dwindle, and there would be no vitality left. Hence, the new policy of assigning men as husbands had been implemented. Fang Quibing looked around. The room was simple, with tattered clothes hanging on a flimsy screen. It was clearly a rural household. Is this me? Why do I have a tattoo? Fang Quibing stared at the bronze mirror in front of him and saw a black dragon-style tattoo on his body. Just as he was puzzled, a wave of pain suddenly washed over him, particularly his back. The sensation of tearing was excruciating. At this moment, the woman who had been crying earlier walked back in. She was holding a basin of hot water for foot washing, steam still rising from it. Master, your wound is hurting again, right? Please, wash your feet first. The northern weather is dry and cold, and this season is especially harsh. Soak your feet for a while, maybe it will help you feel better. My eldest sister said your injuries are only superficial, nothing serious. If it still hurts, we can wait for my sister to come back and check it again. She is the only one in our family who knows some medicine. The woman's voice was soft and shy, making her appear endearing. Miss, your name is. At that moment, 2 other women entered the room. One wore a green gown, a blue hairpin in her hair, her fists clenched, her fair face flushed with a healthy glow. Her slightly curled lips and willow-shaped eyebrows gave her an air of confidence. Her large eyes sparkled like stars, and her every gesture exuded poise. The other wore simple cloth clothes, holding a rolling pin in her hand. She had a flower-patterned headscarf on, and flour dusting her clothes, suggesting she had been in the kitchen. But despite her simple attire, her beauty couldn't be hidden. She had a delicate, small face, rosy lips, and a nose shaped like jade. Most striking were her almond-shaped eyes, constantly sparkling with a hint of water, like flowers in spring or the moon in autumn. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fan Jiao, their eldest sister. This is Fan Lian, my third sister, and the one who brought you the foot-washing water is Fan Mei, the second sister. We also have a fourth sister who should be home soon. You're their husband the country has assigned. With such delicate skin and slender limbs, what can you possibly do? This is Yongla City, but our family lives in a village within the city. To put it bluntly, we're just an ordinary rural household. Since you've come, you'll have to get used to it. I have some things to take care of, but your injury, I'll check it when I return. Fan Jiao smiled after speaking and turned to leave. Fang Quibing was stunned. In his past life, he was just an average office worker, struggling to make ends meet. He didn't even dare think about having a girlfriend. But now, he found himself with 4 beautiful wives, each one more stunning than the last. But why am I here? Why can't I remember anything? Suddenly, a sharp pain in his head made him groan. Master, what's wrong? Fan Shuamei looked at him with concern. Fang Quibing waved his hand. It's nothing, just a headache. Seeing that Fan Shuamei seemed gentle and easy to talk to, he gently asked, Miss, who was the one who spoke earlier? Fan Shuamei shyly lowered her head and whispered, that was my eldest sister. From now on, you will be our husband. Please take care of us. In the Great Qing, although women once held the dominant position, that was a long time ago. Now, the men are the key to our future. The vitality of the Great Qing will depend on you. Fan Shuamei's voice grew quieter, almost like a mosquito's buzz. She truly seemed very shy. Fang Quibing furrowed his brow in confusion. What? What does vitality mean? I don't understand. Fan Shuamei's face turned even redder, down to her neck. She means, once you marry us tomorrow, we, the four sisters, will share your bed and bear you many sons. In the Great Qing, only when there are many sons can the country prosper and thrive. Fang Quibing blinked in surprise. Although Shuamei is the second oldest, she is shy and can't talk about matters between men and women. Please understand. I'm Fan Shualian. I've practiced martial arts for a few years and now serve under General Sichu Yang, one of the most renowned female generals in the Great Qing. I was the one who picked you up from outside the city. Fang Quibing's eyes widened. Sichu Yang. Isn't she the one who can tear copper mirrors with her bare hands and break 1,000-pound weight? No wonder when I saw you, you felt so different. You're under her command. Fan Shualian raised her eyebrows proudly. I've heard of their husbands the country assigns in recent years. They are all brought to us by the Love Teachings Pavilion. They go from house to house, delivering men. You're the first one I've seen. In our family, only my eldest sister is of marriageable age. Normally, you would marry her, but because there are 4 daughters in our family and I serve under General Sichu Yang, I have to set an example. As for your conjugal duties, I hope you don't mind. Fang Quibing gasped, What? Mind? Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. Fan Shualian quickly said, It's that troublesome woman again. This village will be ruined because of her. Wait here, I'll go take a look. As for who you are, where you're from, we don't mind. You can wait until our father comes back and discuss it with him out of respect. With that, she dashed out the door. Now only Fan Shuamei remained in the room. Fang Quibing was about to say something when he noticed that she looked somewhat wronged. Master, out of the 4 of us, eldest sister knows medicine and cooking, third sister serves under the famous General Sichu Yang, and fourth sister, whom you haven't met yet, is the only female official in our family. As for me, I don't know anything. I'm afraid you'll gradually ignore me. Fang Quibing tilted his head, smiling wryly. What are you talking about? Chapter 2, For Wives. Seeing the pitiful expression on Fan Shuamei's face, Fang Quibing was about to offer some comforting words when the noise outside grew louder. What's going on out there? He asked, looking towards the noise. Fan Shuamei glanced outside, then looked down at the footbath with a frown. The water's gone cold. I'll go get you a new basin. Fang Quibing quickly stopped her. Don't worry about the footbath. What's going on outside? Fan Shuamei explained, it's probably our neighbor, Mrs. Liang. A few years ago, when her daughter reached marriageable age, the state assigned her a husband. At first, Mrs. Liang was happy the man was reasonably handsome, though a bit thin, and his family was wealthy. But soon after their wedding, he fell bedridden and hasn't been able to get up since. The man's parents ignored it, saying since he was assigned, it's their wife's family's responsibility. The rule in Daxing is that once a man is assigned, his wife cannot divorce him, no matter what condition he is in. Mrs. Liang sought out many doctors, but curiously, none of them could diagnose his illness. They only said it was incurable. That situation has caused Mrs. Liang a lot of trouble. She thought her daughter was marrying a good man who could elevate their status, but... Sighing, Fang Quibing fell into deep thought. Doctors can't diagnose his illness. He was healthy when assigned, but bedridden after the marriage. Why aren't you speaking? Fan Shuamei asked. Are you scared? It's okay. Mrs. Liang has been upset by the situation. Every time she sees someone being assigned a husband, she makes a scene, but it calms down after a while. As she spoke, Fan Shuamei took advantage of Fang Quibing's distraction and placed his feet in the footbath. Fang Quibing jolted, quickly grabbing her arms. They felt soft and delicate, like sponge. What are you doing? I said it's not necessary, he exclaimed. Just then, with a creak, the door was pushed open. An elderly man stood in the doorway. Hey, the quality of the state-assigned husbands these years is really something, he chuckled. The elderly man had a kindly face and was wearing a grey long robe. Despite appearing quite dirty, his collar was neat, suggesting he was a person who valued cleanliness. But as Fang Quibing's eyes dropped, he gasped in shock. The old man was missing one of his legs. Father? You're back? Fan Quibing exclaimed. Fang Quibing's heart tightened. The disabled old man was their father. The elderly man hunched over, holding a wooden cane in his right hand, and slowly made his way inside. Yes, I'm back. Your fourth sister is behind. Go check on her. When Fan Quibing heard that her fourth sister was back, her brow furrowed deeply. She's back? What is there to look at? You. Sighing, the old man scolded, your fourth sister is a government official. It's not easy for her to come back. She only returns once a year. As her sister, you should go see her. Quickly. Fan Quibing, seeing her father coughing incessantly, waved her sleeve and said, Fine, fine. I'll go. She reluctantly walked out, and Fang Quibing, watching her leave, frowned. Since he was their father, he should have shown more respect. After thinking for a moment, Fang Quibing hurriedly pulled his feet out of the footbath, intending to stand up. But the old man pressed him back down with a hand. Don't mind them. These four sisters are always competing with each other, especially the third and fourth. Every time they meet, they argue. You'll get used to it in the future. Look at you, all disheveled. My kids probably haven't had time to tidy you up yet, have they? Don't worry, after dinner, they'll serve you. Heh. Although our Daxing is a matriarchal society, since the Empress issued the new decree, the status of men has risen significantly. Especially in recent years, once a man is assigned to a woman's family and they marry, he becomes the head of the household. Even I have to serve you now. Fang Quibing sighed and shook his head helplessly. What do you mean by serve you? You're their father. You should be the master here. Stop calling me master, the old man said. By the way, I don't even know your name. The old man smiled bitterly and pointed at his missing leg. According to Daxing law, once a man is assigned, he is the master, and that is non-negotiable. No need to argue about it. Look at my legs now, I only have one. What can I still do for my daughters? Their mother died young, and now I'll have to rely on you as their support. As for my name, it's just a title. You can call me by my name, Fan Mingyi. Fang Quibing was moved by the old man's words. Seeing his weathered face and determined eyes, he nodded slightly. So, where are you from? Are you from Yongla City, or? Fan Mingyi's question made Fang Quibing hesitate. He couldn't explain. He didn't know anything except his name. Fan Mingyi waved his sleeve with a smile, dismissing the question. What am I asking? If you don't want to say, then don't. The day is getting late. Let us go eat. At that moment, Fang Quibing froze and touched his chest, remembering his tattoo. He didn't know where it came from. If he married Fan Mingyi's daughters without knowing more about himself, what if he turned out to be a bad person? Wouldn't that drag them down? He quickly called out to Fan Mingyi. I don't think I can marry your daughters. Fan Mingyi froze. Why not? Fang Quibing was about to explain, but before he could say anything, Fan Quibing, who had somehow overheard the conversation, suddenly dropped to her knees outside the door, her expression full of fear, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. Fan Quibing, seeing her sister Fan Quibing coming back, tried to help her up, but instead, Fan Quibing pulled her down with her. Second sister, what are you doing? He doesn't want to marry us. What should I do? What? You don't want to marry? What did our Fan family do wrong? Do you know that in Daxing, when a man refuses, the whole family of the woman has to be paraded in public? I just joined General Sichu Yang's ranks and was hoping to earn a title. I didn't expect to lose everything because of you. What happened? What made you change your mind? Fang Quibing was stunned. He hadn't expected this situation. If he refused to marry, the girls would be paraded in the streets. This was outrageous. After sighing 3 times, Fan Mingyi looked up at the darkening sky and shook his head helplessly. We were just talking so well. Why don't you want to marry them now? Is it because of me, an old cripple? If it's because of me, I can go out and find my own way. We're just an ordinary village family. I just want my daughters to be happy in the future. Fang Quibing quickly called out, no. That is not it. He quickly took off his clothes, showing his tattooed body. Look, I have tattoos. I'm definitely not a good person, if. Before he could finish, Fan Mingyi suddenly waved his hand. Girls are virtuous in their ignorance. I'm just a poor villager. Tattoos are normal. They don't mean anything. Besides, there are hundreds of families with the surname Fang in Daxing. What is so strange about a tattoo? Fang Quibing was left helpless, looking at Fan Shuolian and Fan Shuomei kneeling on the floor, letting out a sigh. This is really like the dumb eating bitter gourd, there is no way to explain it. A scholar meets a soldier, no place to argue. Chapter 3, Body Odor. Fang Quibing didn't want to harm anyone, but things always turned out differently than expected. Since it had come to this, he couldn't let their family be paraded through the streets, could he? Fine, in that case, he'd just postpone the marriage for now. With that thought, Fang Quibing quickly helped Fan Shuomei and Fan Shuolian to their feet and smiled, all right, I'll agree to it. Get up. However, how did I end up here? Fan Shuolian said you found me, but what really happened before that? I have to get to the bottom of this. His expression turned serious as he spoke, as though the memories he had lost had been deliberately erased. Found you? Fan Mingyi suddenly stood up. He muttered in a daze, what does that mean? Shuolian, where did you find him? Wasn't he sent by the Lianjie Fang? Fan Shuolian blinked in confusion and replied, from outside the city. I found him unconscious outside Yongla City. When I saw it was a man, I brought him back. After we got home, my older sister checked him carefully and found a very obvious knife wound on his back. Fortunately, it was shallow and didn't seem to be serious. Fan Mingyi furrowed his brows and became increasingly uneasy. In Daxing, men who are signed must come through Lianjie Fang. You found him privately, aren't you worried that there will be consequences later? Fan Shuolian pursed her lips and replied nonchalantly, what consequences? Men from Daxing hold such an important status. As long as they are married, who is going to ask questions? Worst case, we'll just have more intimate sessions later. If we have 10 or more sons, what is the problem? Outrageous. Fan Mingyi, in a fit of anger, slapped Fan Shuolian across the face. He pointed at her furiously and scolded, Shuolian, don't think I won't discipline you just because you're with Sichu Yang. You've become more and more disobedient. The men assigned by Lianjie Fang are all on record. Even if you have sons, how will you explain his origins? Seeing that he was about to hit her again, Fang Quibing quickly stepped forward to block him. Why do you have to do this? Fan Mingyi sighed helplessly and waved his sleeve. Forget it. I'll go to Lianjie Fang in Yongla City tomorrow and explain the situation. I'll say you're a distant relative who wasn't in Daxing before. Hopefully, we can cover this up. Fan Mingyi clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. Don't tell anyone about this. I don't want any trouble for our family. Especially you. He raised his eyes and glared at Fan Shuolian. Fan Shuolian's gaze was evasive, and though she didn't shed tears, it was clear she felt wronged. With a huff, she turned and ran away. Oh, I knew it. You Fan family's Fan Shuojiao just reached marriageable age, and suddenly you got a husband assigned. That is too quick. Lianjie Fang prepares these men and knows your Fan family's situation. It takes at least half a month, so how could you have a husband so soon? You found him. And now you want to deceive Lianjie Fang. I see, your Fan family is out to get into trouble. The one speaking was a middle-aged woman, wearing a flower-shaped headpiece and with her hands on her hips. Despite being a woman, her face was full of roughness. My Liang family is having a hard time, and your Fan family isn't going to do any better. I'll go to Lianjie Fang in the city and report you. Just wait. As she was about to turn and leave to report them, slap. A crisp sound echoed through the air. Fang Quibing looked down, and to his surprise, a sword sheath had appeared at his feet. Looking up, he saw Fan Shuolian holding a sword to the woman's neck. Eavesdropping, jealous of others doing well, and planning to report them. I already talked to you earlier. If you want to drink the punishment wine, then fine, but now I'll kill you. Fan Shualian's face twisted with rage, and her hand was raised to strike. The woman, however, grinned coldly, showing her teeth. Go ahead, kill me. I've got nothing to live for. My family has no men, and my old man died early. I've been holding everything up alone. I thought marrying off my daughter and having a man assigned by the country would change things, but who knew my son-in-law would lie in bed all day? I have to serve him, this old woman better off dead. Daxing already has too many women. What difference does one more death make? Go ahead, do it. Fang Quibing was taken aback when he realized that this woman was actually Liang Po Niang, the mother of Fan Shualian's husband. Just as he was about to step forward to stop them, a woman with a flower-patterned skirt came running over, hands lifting her skirt. A chill breeze blew past, causing Fang Quibing to sneeze. A foul odor hit his nose. Mother! Mother! Fan family girl, don't do it. Don't do it. It was Liang Po Niang's daughter. Fang Quibing looked at her and remembered what Fan Shuame had said earlier. Her husband was healthy when assigned but bedridden after marriage. The doctor couldn't diagnose his illness. Was it body odor? Liang Po Niang's daughter had a strong body odor. Perhaps her husband pretended to be ill, unable to get out of bed, and refused to share a bed with her. The doctors who came to check couldn't determine what the illness was. Most likely, it was her husband's idea. This explanation made sense now. Liang Po Niang's daughter was already so grown, yet her body odor was still so strong. It seemed that there was no treatment for body odor in Daxing. But Fang Quibing was from another time, and making soap to cure body odor was easy. With that thought, Fang Quibing hurriedly waved his hand and called out loudly. I have a way. I can cure your son-in-law. Chapter 4, Sulfur Soap. What? You have a solution? Liang Po Niang froze for a moment, secretly thinking to herself. So many doctors had been unable to cure her son-in-law's illness, and now this young boy says he has a way? At the same time, Fan Shualian was also somewhat puzzled and slowly lowered the sword in her hand. Fang Quibing's brow twitched slightly as he turned to Fan Mingyi and asked. Do we have any pig lard soap? Pig lard soap. We do, but isn't tea that usually used to wash the face? Fan Mingyi was confused. Could pig lard soap be used to treat an illness? Fang Quibing nodded slightly. That's fine, but we're still missing one thing. Boy, are you really sure you can cure my son-in-law's illness? Liang Po Niang's eyes lit up in an instant, as though she saw hope, but she still wasn't entirely convinced. She suspected that Fang Quibing might just be boasting. Fan Shualian, seeing this, came closer to Fang Quibing and whispered, What exactly is your plan? Please don't just speak nonsense. This Liang Po Niang is notorious for being difficult. If you don't have full confidence, just use my method to scare her off. Fang Quibing frowned and thought for a moment. Although he had never personally tried it before, the only known solution to body odor was this one. There was no harm in giving it a try. Do we have sulfur here? Sulfur? Fan Shualian was taken aback. Sulfur was highly explosive and strictly prohibited in Daxing. What did he need it for? And since she was under General Sichu's command, improper use of it could bring great trouble. After thinking for a moment, she slowly leaned in close to Fang Quibing's ear and whispered, Master, are you sure you want this? We do have some at home, but do you know how dangerous it is? Fang Quibing, hearing this, stepped half a step away from her. He smiled, noticing her worried expression. As someone who had traveled through time, he knew all too well about sulfur. I only need a small portion of it. You don't need to worry. Fan Shualian, seeing his confidence, became curious. Just as she was about to ask more, Liang Po Niang's daughter slowly approached. She wore a white floral dress, her slim waist and graceful figure were quite striking. But the overpowering body odor she emitted made it impossible for anyone to want to come close. Before she even got near, everyone present had already covered their noses, except for Fang Quibing, who stood still with a furrowed brow. Looking at such a beautiful girl, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What a shame! A girl so beautiful had body odor. Luckily, he had held his breath in time, or the stench would have suffocated him. Liang Po Niang, seeing this, pulled her daughter back. Don't you see the reaction? Don't get any closer. Then she sized Fang Quibing up and sneered. If you really have a solution and everything you need is here, then come with me. But if I find out you're lying, I'll immediately take you to the authorities. At this moment, Fang Quibing's gaze suddenly mixed with a hint of helplessness. Make way. Fan Mingyi hobbled out of the room, still holding something tightly in his hand. I went to look inside while you were talking, and I did find some. But Sulfur, you need to be very careful when using it. He opened his hand, revealing a broken piece of sulfur stone. Fang Quibing took the sulfur stone and spoke softly to Liang Poniang. Your son-in-law's illness is actually a psychological issue. There's an old saying, to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Please ask your daughter to come with me to the room. If that's okay? By the way, may I ask what this young lady's name is? I'm Bai Yurou. What is this about, young master? I already have a husband, so if you're going to. Before she could finish her sentence, Fan Shuamei suddenly stepped in front of them, blocking their path. Master, what are you doing? Are you planning to take a concubine in front of our Fan family? Don't forget, she's already married. Are you not afraid of the law in Daxing? Liang Po Niang became even more furious, her brows furrowed and her heart sinking. I knew this boy was no good. He's probably trying to take advantage of the situation under the guise of curing my son-in-law. She immediately turned to leave. Anyone could tell that Fan Shuamei was jealous, and Fang Quibing was no exception. He slowly pulled Fan Shuamei to the side, placing his hands on her arms, and smiled faintly. Trust me. Although their skin didn't touch, it was clear that Fan Shuamei was still a bit shy. If Liang Po Niang doesn't trust me, she can go inside with your daughter. Looking into Fang Quibing's determined eyes, Liang Po Niang sighed and said, Fine, let us go inside and see what tricks you're trying to pull. With a helpless glance, Fang Quibing led them inside and closed the door behind them. Once inside, Liang Po Niang looked around, deep in thought. The Fan family really had some style. Even though they were from the same village, the difference was staggering. If this boy couldn't cure her son-in-law's illness, she'd make sure to squeeze them for all they were worth. Miss Bai, please find a place to sit with your mother. Fang Quibing scanned the room and noticed a piece of pig lard soap near the window. He then took out the sulfur and retrieved a fire basin and a fire rack from under the bed. After lighting the fire, he threw the pig lard soap and the sulfur stone into the basin. What? What are you doing? Fang Quibing clapped the sulfur powder in his hands, and the unbearable stench immediately filled the air. The smell of sulfur was truly repulsive. He had only heard about it before, but now he could experience just how foul it was. Seeing Liang Po Niang and Bai Yurou stunned, Fang Quibing smiled. Pig lard soap is used to clean stains. And sulfur has anti-dandruff and anti-itching properties. When combined, they form sulfur soap. Miss Bai's body odor under her armpits can be temporarily suppressed by using this, though it won't cure it entirely. Bai Yurou immediately stood up, instinctively covering her armpits with her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. Master Fang, you. Liang Po Niang, seeing this, was even more furious and started stomping her feet. In ancient times, although there was no cure for body odor, the armpits were still a private part of the body. Fang Quibing's direct mention of her daughter's affliction left them both feeling deeply humiliated. When Fang Quibing saw the situation, he seemed to realize he had said something wrong, so he quickly waved his sleeves. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, Miss Bai's husband must not be sleeping with her because of her hidden ailment. As long as you use this sulfur soap, it will solve all the problems. At this moment, Bai Yurou's face was completely red, and she wanted to crawl into a hole to hide, not hearing a word Fang Quibing was saying. After a moment, Fang Quibing glanced at the brazier and saw that the two substances had successfully blended together. He excitedly used chopsticks to retrieve the sulfur soap. Liang Penyang, I know Miss Bai is a bit shy. You can apply this sulfur soap under her armpits. If it doesn't work, you can punish me however you want. Liang Penyang furrowed her brows, staring at the shiny sulfur soap in his hands, half believing and half doubting. She took it cautiously. Turning to look at her daughter, she thought for a moment. It's just applying it, it's no big deal. Yurou, why don't you give it a try? Go to the bed, pull the curtain down, and I'll apply it for you. Bai Yurou curled up, her whole body trembling, staring at Fang Quibing. Liang Penyang glanced at her and shouted loudly, "You brat, why aren't you leaving yet? You're both married, how can my daughter try with you standing here?" Upon hearing this, Fang Quibing quickly reacted and hurriedly exited the room. "Master? Did they make things difficult for you?" Fang Quibing looked back, feeling a weight in his heart. He didn't know if the sulfur soap would work. If it didn't, he really didn't know how to handle the situation. It's nothing, what can those two weak women do to me? Let us wait, we'll see." Seeing Fang Quibing's hesitant behavior, the Fan family became curious. But no matter how they asked, Fang Quibing just stared at the door, not saying a word. After a long while, the moonlit sky grew darker. Fang Quibing's legs had gone numb from waiting, but there was no reaction from inside. Creak! Suddenly, a crisp sound. The door opened gently, and Miss Bai came out, holding up her skirt. She had entered the room earlier with reluctance, but now her face was bright with a soft smile. Fang Quibing, seeing this, felt his nervousness rise, his palms sweating uncontrollably. He was about to ask when Liang Penyang suddenly ran out of the room, tightly holding the sulfur soap in her hand, constantly bowing to him. "Master Fang, I was wrong to accuse you earlier, it was my fault. Please don't hold it against an old woman like me. Such a great favor, I cannot thank you enough. If you ever need help, please feel free to ask." Without looking back, she led her daughter into their house. After watching them leave, Fan Mingyi and his daughters were puzzled. "Master, what exactly did you do just now? Why did they leave so suddenly?" Facing their confusion, Fang Quibing raised his eyebrows and sighed with relief. "Actually, it's nothing. It's just a sulfur soap. I'm a bit hungry, is there any food at home?" Sulfur soap. Fan Shuodian and Fan Xiumei were confused, and hurriedly followed Fang Quibing into their house, wanting to ask him clearly. But Fang Quibing still didn't say a word. "I'm really hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Fan Xiumei didn't mind much. Since he wouldn't talk, she didn't want to ask more. But Fan Shuodian was relentless, questioning him non-stop. Seeing this, Fan Mingyi pulled her aside. "Your eldest sister and fourth sister have been out for half a day, but still haven't returned. You and Xiumei should go check, I'll prepare some food." Fan Shuodian looked at Fan Xiumei with a strange look. "Second sister, didn't father say the fourth sister came back with us? He even had you check. What happened? Didn't she come back with you? Also, eldest sister has been preparing food all this time. Why haven't they returned yet?" Fan Xiumei gave a glance. "HMPH, the fourth sister is very proud. I saw her for a moment, but then she turned around and went with eldest sister to the market. As for why they haven't returned, how would I know?" Fan Mingyi's heart tightened after hearing this. Bad. If they don't return soon, it'll be curfew time. What do we do now? "Father! We're back. Look what we brought." Just as Fan Mingyi finished speaking, two women entered from outside. One was his eldest daughter, Fan Shuejiao, and the other was someone Fang Quibing had never seen before. She wore a long pleated skirt in grey and white, and though her complexion was pale, there seemed to be a shallow scar on her left cheek. But this didn't affect her beauty at all. Her small, pouting lips and chubby cheeks made her incredibly cute. Fan Mingyi turned around and sighed. "You actually know to come back, what time is it? If the curfew passes and the patrolling soldiers see you, how will you explain yourselves?" Fan Shuejiao quickly ran to her father's side, blinking her big eyes, seemingly acting coquettish. Father! Didn't our family's exiled husband come? Fourth sister and I thought we'd go to the market to buy some good food. We probably stayed a bit too long, it's my fault. We won't do it again." As she spoke, she placed the items she bought on the table. A roasted whole duck, braised pig's trotters, stir-fried mushrooms. "Oh my, how lavish!" Fan Shuodian couldn't help but swallow. Fang Quibing's stomach also growled. "You're our Fan family's exiled husband? My name is Fan Shuemian, I'm the fourth." Upon hearing this, Fang Quibing stood up. He looked closely. The Fan family was indeed full of beauties, and the fourth sister's appearance was extraordinary, though a little youthful. "What are you staring at?" Hearing this, Fan Xiumei hurriedly frowned and snapped, "Call him master. What with the you this and you that? No manners at all." Fan Shuamian glanced at her. If he is not married yet, he is not considered part of our Fan family. I'm curious though, what method did you use to cure Liang Penyang's son-in-law? Fan Mingyi was shocked. Really? Cured? So quickly? After hearing this, Fang Quibing smiled lightly. He explained the situation with Miss Bai and the sulfur soap. After his explanation, everyone present was completely confused, not understanding a word. So, Fang Quibing rubbed his nose and continued, Miss Bai had an odor on her body, which made her husband pretend to be seriously ill and bedridden for a long time. As long as her problem is solved, her husband's illness will naturally be cured. When Fan Shuamian heard the last sentence, she raised one eyebrow, didn't he say anything, and turned around to leave. Seeing Fan Shuamian leave, Fan Shuamei quickly leaned in close to Fang Quibing and whispered, "Fourth sister is like that, she is the youngest among us, always spoiled. Now she is a little court official and doesn't he take this family seriously? Master, please don't mind her. You solved Liang Penyang's problem so easily, it's really impressive." Chapter 5 Male Apprentice. Fan Mingyi, who was sitting next to him, was frowning. Looking at the three girls in front of him, he sighed, "Tomorrow I will take him to the love teaching house in the city and explain the matter clearly. If he can come back safely, you will get married immediately. But if something unexpected happens..." Fan Shuamei interrupted her father before he finished speaking, "Dad, can we not go to the love teaching house? Mrs. Liang's matter has been handled properly, and no one knows about it." Fang Quibing looked at Fan Mingyi's depressed expression and glanced at the food on the table. "Let's eat first. As for whether to go to Lianjiaofang or not, it won't be too late to talk about it tomorrow." Seeing Fang Quibing's open-minded attitude, Fan Mingyi frowned and asked in confusion, "Although Lianjiaofang is a government office where men are sent down, the religious law is still very harsh. If they know that you were picked up by us, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. But if we lie to them and let them know in the future, it will be even more inappropriate. The men sent down have deviations, and they will never take the blame themselves in Lianjiaofang. The consequences can be imagined." After hearing this, Fan Shualian and Fan Shuajiao agreed with Fan Shuamei. "Dad, since it's so troublesome, just don't go." Yes, what the eldest and second sisters said is right. Instead of tangling here, just don't go. While Fang Quibing listened, he picked up a leg of the roasted whole duck and started eating. For him now, he just wants to fill his stomach. Since he came here, he has been hungry and has wanted to have a big meal. As for what they said, he doesn't care at all. Although it is a country of women's rights, men value it so much. How could they put themselves to death without knowing right or wrong? Fan Mingyi thought for a long time and finally shook his head helplessly. "Well, let's get married tomorrow. As for how to do it, everything should be simple." Then he pointed to the food on the table, "Eat some, I'll go see my fourth sister." Fan Shuamei was very happy to hear that she would get married tomorrow, and her joy was beyond words. Fan Shualian didn't react much. She picked up the braised pig's trotter and started eating. Delicious. You foodie, you're getting married tomorrow, aren't you afraid that the master will see you eat so much and dislike you? Fan Shuajiao glared at him. After hearing this, Fan Shualian looked up at Fang Quibing, wiped her mouth and smiled. He, master, being able to eat is a blessing. I like two things in my life. One is martial arts, and the other is eating is something you don't have to tell me." Fang Quibing spoke first, then rubbed his hands and stood up, looking at the night outside the window with a sank heart. "I don't know what will happen to me in the future. If I can live this life so plainly, it is also a good thing. But when will my memory be restored? What kind of person am I?" Thinking of this, his head hurt again, and his face became very dark. Seeing this, Fan Shuamei hurried forward to support him. "Master, you..." Fang Quibing pressed his temple with 2 fingers, frowning. "It's okay, maybe I feel a little uncomfortable after eating so many delicious foods at once." Fan Shuajiao hurriedly pulled Fan Shualian to the door after seeing this. "In that case, we won't bother you anymore. Second brother, third brother, go out and let the master have a good rest." After the 3 of them left, Fang Quibing lay in bed, tossing and turning. Whenever he wanted to sleep, fragments of memory would flash before his eyes. Rather than being his memory, it was more like a nightmare. Early in the morning of the second day, Fang Quibing turned over in a daze, and suddenly felt something around him. He was almost scared to death when he opened his eyes. I saw the four daughters of the Fan family standing in front of his bed, four pairs of big eyes wide open. Fang Quibing sat up with a snort, took a breath of cold air, and nervously grabbed the quilt. You guys. Fan Quibing was as indifferent as usual, looking at his frightened appearance, with her hands folded in front of her chest. Hurry up and get married. I have something to do after we have sex, so I can't delay. Fang Quibing frowned, looking at them, each wearing a phoenix crown on their head, wearing red makeup, with white and pink cheeks. They were several times more beautiful than last night. So Fang Quibing tidied his clothes and looked down. Fortunately, he didn't take off all his clothes, otherwise the tattoo on his body would be seen by the fourth brother, and who knows what would happen. I know, you go out first, I'll go after I get dressed. Fan Quibing smiled and moved closer. Master, your new clothes will be delivered by your father later. As for the old clothes, just throw them away. Looking at Fan Quibing's eyes full of peach blossoms and an impatient look, Fang Quibing felt a little shy. After a long time, the few people were still standing in front of the bed without moving. Fang Quibing became more and more embarrassed. He was sitting on the bed, and the four women kept looking at him, just like being watched in a zoo. Fang Quibing looked at them awkwardly and asked, "What are you doing?" "I told you I'll go out after I change my clothes." Seeing this, Fan Quibing put her hands in front of her mouth and smiled. "Master, don't you know the rules of daxing? Today we are getting married. Since you are both their husband and the master, of course I have to help you change your clothes." After hearing this, Fang Quibing's scalp tingled. He was not used to it after just crossing over. "Oh. Mr. Fan, you are getting married today. You didn't even tell me so I could prepare some gifts. This is a mess, har har." Suddenly there was a noise outside the door. Fan Quibing looked back and saw that it was Mrs. Liang again. It's really endless. What is she doing here on such a happy day? Then she ran out with her skirt in her hands. Mrs. Liang was carrying a bamboo basket and talking to Fan Mingyi with a smile. Before she could react, she saw Fan Quibing took out a dagger from her clothes and pressed it directly against her neck. She was so scared that she threw the bamboo basket on the ground. Fang Quibing's eyebrows sunk when he saw it, and he said to himself, "Hidden daggers are needed for marriage. This third son really likes martial arts." He immediately put on old clothes and followed him out. Fan Mingyi saw Fan Quibing's posture and hurriedly pulled her over. "Mrs. Liang came here to thank you, what are you doing?" Fan Quibing glanced at her and muttered, "TSK, you came here to thank me today, but you are here to pick a fight." Mrs. Liang was frightened by Fan Quibing's behavior. Her face turned pale and her legs became weak. It was exactly the opposite of her fearless attitude last night. She seemed to have become a different person. "Oh, this is my fault. If I had known you were getting married today, I would have come another day. What a pity for this basket of top quality fruits, all freshly picked." Seeing Mrs. Liang blaming herself, Fan Mingyi was about to step forward and say a few words, but found that Bai Yurou and a man also came over. Seeing this, Fan Quibing frowned. "When did our house become a city gate? You can come in without even saying hello." Seeing Fan Quibing's tense expression, Fang Quibing gently patted her hand. "On the day of the wedding, everyone who comes is a guest. Don't be so hostile." Bai Yurou brought the man to them. After a careful observation, Fang Quibing frowned. "Miss Bai, your face." Bai Yurou hurriedly touched it with her hand. "Oh, it's nothing. Maybe I accidentally scratched it when I was cooking last night. This is my husband. I came here today to thank you in person. Yurou has already told me the story." "Thank you, Mr. Fang." Looking at the man in front of him, Fang Quibing always felt that something was wrong. The scar on Bai Yurou's face was obviously caused by a beating. How could it be a scratch? If it was a scratch, the scar should be very neat, but Miss Bai's scar was uneven. "Oh, it's nothing. We are all neighbors. It's just a small favor." Seeing this, Fan Mingyi also smiled warmly and said, "That's right, don't be so polite. We are also very happy to help you. Since you are here, stay and attend my daughter's wedding." While they were talking, Fang Quibing had been observing secretly. "I found that there was a very fine blood stain on the left sleeve of Bai Yurou's husband, and my heart sank. Could it be? Fang Quibing, you really made us look for you? I didn't expect you to enjoy your life here. Just when Fang Quibing suspected that Bai Yurou's husband was a domestic abuser, 4 or 5 strangers suddenly came in. Each of them was big and strong, and their behavior was extremely bad. The one who took the lead was even more bare-breasted, with a treacherous look. But what shocked Fang Quibing was that the leader also had a tattoo on his chest, and the pattern was exactly the black dragon on his body. Fang Quibing was startled and couldn't help but take a half step back. Seeing this, Fan Shuame hurriedly hid behind Fang Quibing, terrified. Fan Shuanian's eyebrows twisted into a knot at the same time. Who are you? Are you the servants of Mrs. Liang's family? Mrs. Liang waved her hands quickly. I don't know them. Look at them, they look ferocious, how could they be my servants? Don't talk nonsense. The 4 or 5 people saw them talking endlessly and shouted impatiently, don't guess, we are male disciples. We came here to find Fang Quibing and to admire the beauties in your Fan family. Fan Shualian's eyes widened after hearing this. She picked up the dagger and was about to stab, but was stopped by Fang Quibing. What does male disciple mean? Fan Shuame trembled and whispered behind him, the master of Deng Tuzi should know, right? In Daxing, some people don't want to be demoted to be someone else's husband, so they call themselves male disciples. They are hunted by the Lianjiao Fang and wander around. Whenever they see a beautiful woman, they will do something improper. And these male disciples are all martial arts. Ordinary women can't afford to offend them at all. They can only obey them. Over time. Speaking of this, Fan Shuame suddenly choked up. Chapter 6 Shave the Body. Fang Quibing, why are you still pretending to be confused? You are free now, what? Do you still want to marry them? Don't forget your identity. Aren't you afraid that if you marry them, they will report you to the government office? Fang Quibing looked at the people in front of him in confusion. Yurou. Is this the benefactor you mentioned? A male disciple. Bai Yurou's husband had just been respectful, but now he looked disdainful and even a little disgusted. This. Bai Yurou was also very puzzled, staring at Fang Quibing with her big eyes, wanting to hear his explanation. But Fang Quibing couldn't find any clues at this time. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to recall something, but he couldn't remember it. Seeing this, Fan Shualian threw away Fang Quibing's hand, pointed the dagger at the male disciples and shouted loudly, "You bunch of despicable villains, now that you are here, don't even think about leaving. I'll catch you and hand you over to General Sichu." Just you? General Sichu, bar. We didn't want to leave at all this time. If it weren't for Master Wan telling us that Fang Quibing was here, I'm afraid we might not be able to find him even after a year of searching. To be honest, I have to thank Master Wan for his cooperation. Master Wan, I, Xiao Wang, and the brothers won't say much. Just ask for what you want. After hearing this, Bai Yurou's heart tightened, and she stared at her husband with big eyes, looking stunned. You told them that Master Fang was here. Why did you do this? Wan Zhuang's red eyes were horizontal, and he threw his sleeves, his expression was unusually cold. Your body odor is something that no doctor in the village or even in Yongla City can cure. How can Fang Quibing cure it? Of course I have to investigate it carefully. Although Xiaowan is a male disciple, I have known him for a long time. I saw that you needed to be cured of your body odor last night, and I was suspicious. Brother Xiao happened to pass by here, so I drank a few cups and told him about your situation. Only then did I know that Fang Quibing was also a male disciple. You still have the nerve to criticize me. I didn't say that you had an affair with him, which has given you enough face. Bai Yurou burst into tears when she heard him say that. She covered her face with her sleeves and cried, "Wan Zhuanghong. How can you tarnish my innocence? You know how my mother and I treat you since you came to our house. Because I have body odor, we haven't slept together since we got married. Last night, my body odor had to be cured, but you were not happy at all. You even beat me and said that I had an affair with Mr. Fang. Forget all these. I brought you here today to let you see Mr. Fang with your own eyes. I didn't expect you to repay kindness with hatred and frame others. You." After hearing this, Mrs. Liang was trembling with anger and picked up the bamboo basket in her hand to throw it. But Wan Zhuanghong still spoke coldly. "Who can tell what the sulfur soap he made is? You never gave him money, and you are not his relative, so why would he be willing to help you? You two stayed in the same room for half an hour, what did you do during that time? Who knows, if it wasn't an affair, what else could it be? You still have the nerve to bring me here, I am ashamed for you and your mother. Wan Zhuanghong's words were not only unbearable for Mrs. Liang and Bai Yurou, but even the Fan family was a little indignant after hearing them. Looking at Fang Quibing again, his eyes were extremely cold. He grabbed Wan Zhuanghong's collar and angrily scolded, I helped her because the situation was complicated at the time, so I gave it a try. How can you frame your own wife like this? You hit someone. When I saw the wound on Miss Bai's face just now, I guessed something. I didn't expect it was you who did it. What I, Fang Quibing, despise most in my life is a man who hits a woman. After saying that, he was about to punch her. But he never expected that Wan Zhuanghong, who looked thin, was so strong that he was pushed away by him before he could swing his fist and hit the big tree in the yard. Seeing this, Fan Shuamei and Fan Shuajie were frightened and hurried forward to help. This collision seemed to remind Fang Quibing of something. Master! Are you okay? Master! The two's hurried shouts gradually faded in Fang Quibing's ears, and the lost memories surged into his mind like waves. When he was very young, his parents had passed away. When he was young, he wandered around everywhere. At first, he made a living by begging. He was often ordered around, and was even more happy to be beaten and scolded. Later, in order to stop being bullied, he joined an organization. This organization was idle and cheated on weekdays. Until the Phoenix Lord promulgated new laws, they suddenly became male disciples. These memories made Fang Quibing very sick. Looking at Fan Shuamei and Fan Shuajiao in front of him, Fang Quibing smiled faintly. I'm fine. Then he frowned and came to Wan Zhuanghong again. Looking at his noble dress, he sneered, as a man, I feel ashamed of you. Even though I am a male disciple, I have never hit a woman since I was a child. You are a beast who hits women like you are unworthy of being a husband. Wan Zhuanghong saw him slandering him like this and raised his hand to hit him. But he never thought that Fang Quibing would take the lead and knock him to the ground with a punch. He looked at Xiao Wang and the others fiercely. Alas, you finally remembered it. In that case, there are just 5 women here, let's enjoy it first. Fang Quibing looked at Xiao Wang's ugly face and sneered. He was even more disdainful of what he said. Shuamei, you guys go back to their house first, I'll deal with it here. Fan Mingyi was very worried when he saw this. You still have injuries on your back. How can you handle so many of them? 4th sister is from the government. No matter what, she is also a female official. Let her handle it. Fan Mingyi's words almost made Fan Shuamian drop her jaw. Dad. You. This is not the government office. How do you want me to handle it? Fan Mingyi frowned and turned around to take a glance. Although this is not the government office, you are an official at least. Is there nothing you can do? When you came back, there were 2 soldiers beside you. Where are they? Just call them over. Fan Shuamian sighed helplessly. Oh, Dad. I'm just a little female official, and the 2 people following me are not soldiers, but just my 2 friends. What do you think? You've been an official for so many years, and you don't even have a soldier around you. You still have the nerve to say, you. Before Fan Mingyi finished speaking, Fang Quibing patted his hands. Go back to their house, it's okay. I know them, just make it clear, nothing will happen. Fan Shuajiao also responded, Dad, we can't help here, let's go back to the house first. Fan Mingyi sighed 3 times in a row, shook his head helplessly, and had to walk behind him with a cane. Xiao Wang, I don't want to be a male apprentice anymore. Anyway, there are so many male apprentices, 1 more or 1 less doesn't make much difference, just let me live a normal life. After hearing this, Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment, and then laughed with the others around him. Fang Quibing. Did you burn your brain due to amnesia? Let you live a normal life. Okay, sure, let us enjoy ourselves first. Immediately, he was about to rush into their house. Without saying a word, Fang Quibing picked up a wooden board in the yard and placed it in front of them. Xiao Wang, you know best how I got the wound on my back. If you hadn't done it for pleasure, you wouldn't have provoked so many government officials to chase you. If I hadn't blocked the knife for you at the critical moment, do you think you can still stand in front of me alive now? After hearing this, Xiao Wang clenched his fists and took a half step back. Boss, don't worry about him. We have spent so much time looking for him. If it weren't for him, how could we have lost so many brothers? That's right, boss, don't worry about him. Let's enjoy ourselves first. Okay. Stop talking. Xiaowang roared, and the others behind him fell silent. Then he looked him up and down. You want to live a normal life. You don't want to be a male apprentice. You want everything. Don't forget who helped you when you were bullied. Who took you in when you were desperate? Who gave you food when you were hungry? You want to leave now? You wish. Fang Quibing knew that he would not agree easily, so he took a deep breath and continued to ask, everything can be discussed. Tell me, how can I get rid of my status as a male apprentice? Seeing that he was so determined, Xiaowang took a long breath and sighed. Forget it. Since you blocked a knife for me, I will agree to it for the time being, but as a male disciple, you must do one thing if you want to quit. As long as you complete this thing, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. After hearing this, Fang Quibing raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were dull just now, but now they are full of expectations. Don't mention one thing, as long as you can quit the status of a male disciple, 10 or 100 things are fine. Xiaowang saw him so excited, and glanced down slightly. Don't be happy too early. As male disciples, we all have a significant mark, which is the tattoo on our bodies. Since you want to quit the male disciple so much, please remove the tattoo on your body. After hearing this, Fang Quibing's scalp numbed instantly, and his whole body trembled. He knew very well that the method of removing tattoos was easy to say in modern society, but now in ancient times, there was no such technology. If you want to remove tattoos, you can only scrape your body with a knife, which would be painful, right? Xiaowang saw Fang Quibing hesitated, so he smiled. If you don't dare, don't do it. Wouldn't it be better to be a free and easy male apprentice? Fang Quibing glanced at him with disdain, and then his heart sank. If he didn't make a break today, it would be even more difficult to get rid of the male apprentice status in the future. It's just a scrape, and he won't die. After thinking about it, he picked up a sickle in the yard without hesitation, took off his clothes, put a piece of wood in his mouth, closed his eyes, and scraped it down with a knife. The piercing pain almost made him faint. At this time, the Fan family standing in the house saw such a bloody scene, and they all covered their faces with their sleeves and dared not look directly. Fan Quibing and Bai Yurou were so scared that they fainted on the spot. After a long time, Fang Quibing's body was scraped bloody and the tattoo was gone. Beads of sweat mixed with blood covered his body. Fang Quibing lay on the ground, panting. He took the wood out of his mouth and laughed at himself. In ancient times, Guangong dug out bones to heal his wounds. Today, he scrapes his body to dismiss his male apprentice. It's really ironic. Chapter 7: The Death of Wan Zhuanghong. Master. Fang Quibing was lying on the ground, his breath was very weak. Fan Shuolian and others hurried to his side, trying to help him up, but the pain in his body made Fang Quibing unable to move an inch. Don't move. Fan Shuajiao and Fan Shuamian shouted in unison. He can't move now, let's find a way to carry him in. After this incident, Fan Shuamian had a new understanding of Fang Quibing. She never thought that the man in front of her would be so determined and so tough. Thinking of her previous attitude, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Boss, Fang Quibing is so ungrateful, let's not care about him. Look at the women of the Fan family, each with a red makeup and phoenix crown, beautiful, not as good as us. Snap. Xiaowang turned around and slapped him, and the person slapped shook left and right. I have made it very clear. Since he can endure the pain and get rid of the male disciple, then we will have nothing to do with him in the future. Xiaowang looked at Fang Quibing's lingering breath, sighed in disappointment, turned and walked out the door. The people behind him followed him helplessly. At the same time, Fan Shuame sat up in a daze, and saw Fang Quibing still lying on the ground, and rushed over without saying a word. R-tilde. Fang Quibing felt a pain and grinned, Shuame, be gentle. Seeing this, Fan Shuamian pulled her away and shouted loudly, can you not be so reckless? The master is in this state and can't be touched at all. He is covered with wounds. If something happens again, you will be responsible. After hearing this, Fan Shuame burst into tears instantly, and she stammered and didn't know what she was saying. At the same time, Wan Zhuanghong and Liang Po Niang on the other side so that Bai Yurou was still unconscious, and Wan Zhuanghong carried her up in a hurry. This bunch of male disciples is really. They are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Mother, let's go. Mrs. Liang knew that they had harmed Fang Quibing, and she felt guilty. Seeing Wan Zhuanghong was about to leave, she hurriedly lowered her head and walked out the door. Stop! A faint shout made Wan Zhuanghong suddenly stop. Fang Quibing took a deep breath and sat up with his arms. His whole body was shaking, and his face was as pale as a white wall, but his eyes were still very bright. Put her down. Wan Zhuanghong glanced at him. HMPH, now that it's like this, you still want to meddle in other people's business. Even if you quit the male apprenticeship, so what? Mother has already told me that you were picked up. According to the new law of daxing, the demoted male must be personally checked by the Lianjiaofang and written into the roster before they can be demoted. I'll report to the police right now and see what you can do. After hearing this, Fan Shualian frowned and rushed into the house in one quick step. In the blink of an eye, she ran out with a sword. Wan Zhuanghong, if you dare to step out of our house today, I will make you bleed on the spot. Hurry up and put Miss Bai down. Seeing this, Mrs. Liang was horrified and hurriedly stepped forward and waved her hand and said, Miss Fan, don't be impulsive. Yurou is on his shoulder. If you hurt Yurou with this sword, how can I live in the future? Fan Shualian looked at Mrs. Liang, and not only did she not have any sympathy, but she also felt a little resentful. Mrs. Liang, do you think you can stay out of trouble? If you hadn't told him that the master was picked up, how could he threaten him with this? To put it bluntly, you are family, and none of you are good people. After hearing this, Mrs. Liang narrowed her eyes, bit her back teeth, looked at Fang Quibing sitting on the ground and said softly, Mr. Fang, I know you are a kind and upright person, and a good person. Leaving Yurou to you is also a good place to go. Since all this was caused by an old woman like me, let me find out about this matter. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly turned around, grabbed Wan Zhuanghong's clothes with both hands and shouted loudly, Come here. Come here quickly. There is no justice. My daughter is so miserable. Seeing her like this, Wan Zhuanghong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and quickly put Bai Yurou on the ground. Mother! What are you doing? Let go of my hand. Who is your mother? You beast, if my daughter follows you, her life will be over. Even if I risk my old bones today, I will die with you. Seeing that they suddenly started fighting, Fan Shualian frowned and slowly put down the sword in her hand. The others, including Fang Quibing, were surprised, but Fan Mingyi suddenly became nervous. She is going too. After a while, a group of people gathered in front of the Fan family's yard. Looking at this scene, there were all kinds of things to say, and there was a lot of discussion in an instant. Before Wan Zhuanghong could react, he heard Mrs. Liang roar in public. Everyone, this man is a man sent down by the country, but since he came to our house, he has been beating my daughter non-stop, you see. While Mrs. Liang was talking, she pointed at Bai Yurou, who was still unconscious. My daughter wanted to run to the Fan family to avoid his beating, but he still refused to give in, and now he has knocked my daughter unconscious. I am the only old woman in our family. What should I do in the future? I sat down on the ground, slapped her thighs with her hands and cried loudly. Oh, this Liang wife is so miserable. Her husband died early, and now she is greedy for such things. It's really pitiful. Yes, look at the Fan family. That man is sitting on the ground with bruises all over his body. It is estimated that he was beaten by him. It's too miserable. Liang wife's behavior instantly made the crowd present in an uproar. Wan Zhuanghong waved his arms and explained, Don't listen to her nonsense. The man in the Fan family is a male apprentice. The injuries on his body were not caused by me. Don't listen to the slander. Wan Zhuanghong's explanation made the onlookers even more angry. You are still talking nonsense here. Everyone knows that male apprentices are evil. Look at that man, he is covered in blood. There is no trace of a male apprentice. You are obviously lying. As a male who was demoted, I feel ashamed for you. You even beat a woman. Don't forget that Daxing is a country of women's rights. If the female officials know about this, they will peel off your skin. That's it. Wan Zhuanghong was shocked. His true words made the situation worse. Looking at Bai Yurou lying on the ground, he didn't care so much. He carried her on his shoulders again and shouted, No matter what, this is my family affair. You can't control it. Get out of my way. Seeing this, Mrs. Liang turned her eyes around and stood up with a whoosh. He felt depressed and used all his strength to hit Wan Zhuanghong's waist with his head. Bang! There was a loud bang. Because of the fast speed and the lack of time to dodge, Wan Zhuanghong was hit by Liang Po Niang. His head hit the protruding stone brick behind him. After a twitch, he sat limply on the ground. Bai Yurou on his shoulder also fell into his arms. Blood! It's blood! The onlookers saw a large amount of blood flowing from the back of Wan Zhuanghong's head and shouted. Then it became a mess. Seeing this, Fan Mingyi was stunned for a moment and the crutches in his hand almost fell to the ground. Fan Shualian and Fan Shuemian were even more confused. They stood there stupidly, motionless. Why is she doing this? Fang Quibing shook his head helplessly and coughed a few times. Master? You? Fan Shuemei and Fan Shuajiao looked at each other in confusion. Master, do you know the reason? Alas! She did this just to get her daughter out of Wan Zhuanghong's torture, but if Bai Yurou knew all this, how would she deal with it? Tit for tat, in the end, it is still her own relatives who get hurt. Just as he was sighing, several soldiers suddenly came from behind the crowd. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Although the soldiers were women, their momentum was no less than that of men. One of the soldiers came in front of Wan Zhuanghong, squatted down, and put his index finger on Wan Zhuanghong's philtrum. He's dead. Dead. The crowd behind him heard that Wan Zhuanghong was dead, and the discussion came one after another. Okay. Everyone, go away. A case has been filed for the death of a person, the government has intervened, and all outsiders, evacuate. Chapter 8 No Trouble. After the crowd outside the courtyard left, several soldiers checked Wan Zhuanghong's wound. It should be a collision injury, you. It's me, I killed him, it has nothing to do with others. Before the soldier finished speaking, Mrs. Liang hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly. One of the soldiers saw a woman lying in Wan Zhuanghong's arms, and went forward to check carefully. She should have fainted temporarily due to shock. You said you killed him? Why? While listening to Mrs. Liang's story, several soldiers looked into the courtyard. Found that there was another person covered with bruises, so they walked over quickly. What's he doing? We are all colleagues. This young man is our husband and the head of the Fan family. All the injuries on his body were caused by Wan Zhuanghong. Please take a look. Seeing this, Fan Shuemian hurried forward to block Fang Quibing behind him. Fan Shualian also put away her sword and moved forward. Colleague. The soldier looked at Fan Shuemian in front of him with a little confusion in his eyes. Oh, my name is Fan Shuemian, and I am from Lianshang Mansion in the city. Lianshang Mansion. Facing the soldier's question, Fan Shuemian took out an official badge from his waist without saying a word, on which the word Lianshang was written. Seeing this, the soldier raised his eyebrows and then saluted. It turns out to be the female official of Lianshang Mansion. I heard that there was a dispute here, so I came here to investigate. Since it is the residence of the female official, I will withdraw first. Seeing these soldiers being so respectful, Fan Shualian curiously approached Fan Shuemian and muttered, Fourth sister, what is the origin of your Lianshang Mansion? These soldiers are all wearing weapons. They are soldiers from the Ministry of Justice of Yongle City. Why are they so respectful to you? Fan Shuemian was about to explain, but Fan Shuajiao interrupted. Lianshang Mansion is an official office in each city responsible for trivial affairs of women. It sounds like it is useless, but every year the Phoenix Lord will summon them to the palace. One is to understand the living conditions of women in various places, and the other is to understand what is wrong with the men sent down from various places. Fourth sister has just entered the official position not long ago, and she should not know the importance of this official. After hearing this, Fang Quibing narrowed his eyes and thought about it. Isn't this official of fourth sister the Women's Federation in modern society? Fan Shualian curled her lips and glanced at him disapprovingly. After all, he is a civilian. Compared with our General Sichu, he is still a little less skilled. Several soldiers walked to the door and turned to take Mrs. Liang and Bai Yurou away. Fang Quibing saw them and shouted, Please leave this Miss Bai behind. She is unconscious now. You can't get anything out of her even if you take her away. Besides, she is also a victim. After saying that, she coughed non-stop. Fan Shuajiao quickly put her arm around him. Master, you are so weak now, don't talk anymore. Yes, you have done what you should do. Let the four sisters take care of the rest. Then Fan Shuamei stood up. After this incident, the originally delicate Fan Shuamei became a little stronger. She saluted politely, and then whispered, "Sisters, Miss Bai in your hands has suffered such a disaster. It's already very miserable. Don't take her away." Fan Shualian saw that these soldiers were still indifferent. Just when she was about to show her military badge as a soldier, she didn't expect that they would slowly let Miss Bai go. "Well, since the murderer has been found, then please take care of Miss Bai. Goodbye." Fang Quibing was relieved. Looking at Fan Shuajiao and Fan Shuamei on both sides of him, he slowly lowered his head. "I'm so sorry. A good wedding made me like this. I'm really ashamed." Cough, cough, cough. Another cough. Fan Mingi walked slowly to his side with a cane, looked at his wounds, and whispered distressedly, "What's there to be embarrassed about? If it weren't for you, Miss Bai's husband wouldn't have suffered such a retribution. As for marriage, let's wait until you recover for a while. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and carry the master in." Soon after, the four sisters carried Fang Quibing into their house. Fan Shuajiao came out of the house and changed her clothes. "Dad, Miss Bai." Fan Mingi looked up at the sky and tightened his nose. "Miss Bai's mother killed someone. I don't know what will happen. She is the only one left in their family now. Let her stay in our house for a while, and we'll talk about the future later." Fang Quibing was lying on the bed, and the wounds on his body were still bleeding, which was numb. Fan Shuamei saw it with her eyes and felt pain in her heart. Looking at his bloody hands, she was about to step forward, but was dragged away by Fan Shuamian again. "Second sister, the master needs to rest now, so don't touch him." Fan Shuamei glared at her and said nothing, but stared at Fang Quibing with eyes full of sadness. Although Fang Quibing was still conscious at this time, the physical trauma made him unable to bear it. He gradually closed his eyes and fainted temporarily. "Master! Master!" Fan Shuamei and Fan Shualian were about to shout loudly, but Fan Shuajiao waved her hand hurriedly. "You go out first, I'm here. He just fainted from the pain, it's nothing serious. As for his injuries, they are all superficial injuries, and he will be fine after a rest." Fan Shuamian frowned and took a few steps forward. "Sister, how long will it take for his injury to heal? What about the marriage?" "What? Fourth sister. The master was so seriously injured, but you didn't care at all, and you were in a hurry to get married. What on earth are you thinking?" Seeing that she was only concerned about getting married, Fan Shuamei was so angry that she yelled loudly. But Fan Shuamian was out of character. She didn't fight with Fan Shuamei, but whispered softly, "I didn't stay long this time. I have to go back to Lianshang Mansion in a few days. If we can't get married in a few days, I don't know how long we have to wait." After hearing this, Fan Shuamei pouted and didn't know what to say for a while. She turned her head and looked at Fan Mingi behind her, wanting to hear what he meant. "Shuajiao, his injury." Fan Mingi wanted to ask Fan Shuajiao when Fang Quibing would wake up, but what he didn't expect was that before Fan Shuajiao responded, Fang Quibing suddenly opened his eyes and said in a very weak voice, "No problem. I know my pain clearly. Before I was with Xiao Wang and the others, the injuries I have suffered are much more serious than now. I just felt a stinging pain. Close your eyes and rest. It's okay. As for marriage, anytime is fine." Looking at Fang Quibing's pale face and dry lips, Fan Shuamei couldn't bear to watch any longer. She turned around and ran out, wiping her tears. Chapter 9 Love School. Fan Mingi frowned when he saw this. "Can you really?" "Of course. I can't change my past, but getting married means starting over, which is very important to me." Cough, cough, cough. Fang Quibing started coughing again after saying a few words. Fan Shuajiao quickly patted his chest and said softly, "Okay, the most important thing you should do now is to have a good rest and don't say too much." Then he turned to look at the others. "You too, he needs to rest now, go out, I'll bandage him." After everyone went out, Fan Shuamian still stood there, staring at Fang Quibing with her eyes, as if she had something to say. "Fourth sister, why are you still standing here, go out quickly." But Fan Shuamian didn't say anything, looking at Fang Quibing covered in blood. Tears kept falling from her eyes. She turned around and ran out. Fang Quibing sighed helplessly. "Alas. It's all my fault that your Fan family encountered so many troubles. Fan Shuajiao smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Since we are family, there is nothing to worry about. It may hurt a little when I bandage you later." You? Fang Quibing looked at his body, and then an unintentional movement made their arms touch each other inadvertently. He could feel her soft skin and her warm breath. "It's okay, just bandage it." A few hours later, Fan Shuajiao walked out of the house, and the wooden basin in her hand was full of blood. Fan Shuamei and Fan Shuamian ran over in a hurry. "Sister," Fan Shuajiao breathed a sigh of relief and then poured out the blood in the wooden basin. "Don't worry, the master's wounds have all been bandaged. I'll go to the city to buy some more medicine. Everything will be fine." Fan Mingyi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "Buy medicine? Shuajiao, you mean you didn't use medicine for the bandage just now? If the wound is not applied with medicine, how can the bleeding be stopped?" Fan Shuajiao frowned and wiped her hands with the remaining white gauze. "The master said that his wound does not need external application, just take some medicine. I advised him, but he didn't listen at all, and I couldn't do anything. Let's not talk about it for now. Don't go into the house to disturb him. I'll be back soon." "Big sister, I'll go with you too. I can't get in. Instead of being anxious here, I might as well go with you." "I'll go too." Fan Shuamei was about to follow, but she didn't expect Fan Shuamian to run over, so she glared at her. "Fourth sister, you don't have to follow us. If you meet your colleagues in the city, it will be bad if you let it slip." Fan Shuamian frowned, looking at the unreasonable look of the second sister. Just when she was about to say something back, she saw Fan Mingyi suddenly hit the ground hard with his cane. "Okay. You three go together. Don't shout here. I've said that the master needs to rest and rest. You're still chattering here. How can you be decent?" Fan Shuajiao shook her head helplessly, sighed at the second and fourth sisters. "Why don't you leave now? It's already noon now." After watching the three of them leave, Fan Mingyi narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Fan Shuadian asked in confusion, "Dad, why do you look so depressed? Didn't the eldest sister say that the master is fine?" Fan Mingyi shook his head and pointed to their house in front of him. "That Miss Bai is still in the house, and she is still unconscious. I don't know how to explain it to her when she wakes up. Our Fan family has been ordinary people since ancient times. How could we have seen such a thing today? It would be great if your mother was here, alas." Fan Shuadian lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked at her father and muttered softly. "Mrs. Liang killed someone. According to Daxing law, she should be torn to pieces by a chariot, and she killed a man. But Wan Zhuanghong did a lot of bad things when he was alive. The government should investigate it clearly. I hope they will give Mrs. Liang a lighter sentence. As for Miss Bai, she will stay in our house for the time being. If she is willing, she can marry together. Anyway, her husband is dead, so it's not a problem to remarry." Fan Shuadian's words shocked Fan Mingyi. "What nonsense are you talking about? According to Daxing law, widows whose husbands have died must be re-entered into the roster of Lianjiaofang. How can you let them marry? I think you have become stupid because of your military service." After hearing this, Fan Shuadian looked up at the sky and cried helplessly, "Lianjiaofang, Lianjiaofang, how come everything is inseparable from this Lianjiaofang? And this Lianjiaofang, as an official office for the allocation of males from various places, is busy all day long. The people on the roster change every day, which makes Song Tingshu of Lianjiaofang very annoyed." That day, Song Tingshu was looking at the roster in Lianjiaofang in Yongla City, with a serious and rigid look on his face. Report. A female Yarman runner ran in, kneeling on one knee, wearing a black and grey vertical hat. Although she was a Yarman runner, she was really thin. "What's the matter?" "Sir, the village in the city has been very uneasy recently. I just heard that someone died in the Fan family in the village." Song Tingshu tightened his ears after hearing this. Human life. That is the scope of the Ministry of Justice. It has nothing to do with our Lianjiaofang. You can go down. Yongla City is the capital of Daxing. It is normal for a few people to die. Don't bother me about this kind of thing in the future." Song Tingshu glanced at her impatiently. But after a while, Song Tingshu saw that the female Yarman runner had not left yet, and asked in confusion, "Hey, why don't you leave?" "To answer your lord, the deceased is not an ordinary person. I heard that he was very close to the male apprentice when he was alive. What? Male apprentice? As the owner of Lianjiao Fang, Song Tingshu not only takes care of the affairs of the men who were sent down, but also the arrest of male apprentices is within his scope of responsibility. When he heard that the dead person was related to the male apprentice, he stood up immediately. What's the name of this person? My lord, this person is Wan Zhuanhong. He was a commoner in the city, not a villager. It's just that he was sent down to the village in the city. After hearing this, Song Tingshu hurriedly flipped through the roster in front of him. Not long after, he really found the person's name in the roster. Wan Zhuanhong? 15 years old, sent down to Liang Bingsha's home, daxing 235 years. Liang Bingsha. He was sent down to Liang Bingsha's home. Why did he die in Fan's home? Does the Ministry of Justice have an explanation? Yes. Just as the female Yarman runner was about to answer, a woman in gorgeous clothes suddenly walked out from behind the screen beside Song Tingshu. What's there to explain? You go down first. The woman was dressed in silk and satin, with a graceful demeanor, a graceful figure, a plump chest, and a slightly higher hip, but still forming a lovely and harmonious line. The huge dragon eye, with black eyeball occupying most of it, looks very charming from a distance. The only flaw is the mole on her forehead, which is neither too big nor too small, and is just in the center of her forehead. After hearing this, the female Yarman runner looked up and saw Song Tingshu waving his sleeves and then retreating. You girl, how many times have I told you that this is the love teaching house? Don't come here if you don't have anything to do. What should I do if someone sees me? The woman's name is Song Yutang, and she is Song Tingshu's daughter. At the age of 13, she should have married and had children with the demoted males, but Song Tingshu didn't like those demoted males at all, not to mention that he himself was doing this job. Those demoted males with good qualifications and looks had already been selected by those in the palace. In his eyes, the rest were all ugly and unworthy of his daughter. Over the years, Song Tingshu has been pretending that his daughter has a serious illness, so he has not let her get married. Song Yutang pouted and smiled. Although Yongla City is the capital, the task of delegating males has always been the responsibility of Daddy. I am not afraid, so what should Daddy be afraid of? Song Yutang is naturally beautiful, and her voice is coquettish. Every time his father hears her speak, he feels numb all over. Tanga, don't make fun of your father. Go back obediently and do some housework with your mother. When I select a suitable male, I will marry you quickly. Song Yutang glanced at her, put her hands behind her back and said delicately, Dad, you are the head of our family now. If I get married, you will not be the master anymore. Are you willing? You. Song Yutang's words almost made her father angry. Okay, go back quickly, I still have official business to do. Song Yutang's eyes rolled around after hearing this. TSK. It's just a dead person, what's the fuss about? If she was related to their male disciple during her lifetime, she would have nothing to do with him after her death. Fan Shuamei is my good sister, Dad, please don't make things difficult for the Fan family. Song Tingshu sighed. Looking at the roster in his hand, he let out a long breath. Dad can't control who you are good sisters with, but the matter of the male disciple is of great importance, I must investigate it thoroughly. In Daxing, the harm of male disciples is more difficult than any other case. Their organization has harmed so many decent women. Every time your father and I send male people down, some people would rather die than refuse to marry. Do you know why? Song Yutang shook her head with big eyes. It's because of the male disciples. Those men who were sent down to the countryside would rather die than compromise when they learned that their future wives had been abused. How can I, your father, explain this to the Phoenix Lord? You should know that the love teaching houses in various places have quotas every year and every month. I am in the capital of Daxing, but the quotas are not as good as those in other places. Where can I put my old face? No, I have to go to the Ministry of Justice. You stay at home and don't go anywhere. Then he took the roster and walked out. And waved on both sides of the gate. I saw two female Yarman runners coming over. I'm going out for a while. During my absence, Song Yutang must not step out of the love teaching house. If I know that she has been out, I will hold you accountable. Yes. My lord. Chapter 10 Plague Strategy. After seeing her father leave, Song Yutang saw the two Yarman runners outside the door staring at her, and she guessed that it was her father's intention. Now that something like this happened to the Fan family, she was still somewhat worried about Fang Quibing, so she sneaked out from the back of the love school. Lying on the bed, Fang Quibing endured the pain in his body and tried to close his eyes and sleep for many times, but the pain of the torn wound made it impossible to fall asleep. Looking at the several gores wrapped around his body, he thought of the past before the time travel, and felt a lot of emotion. I don't know what sin he had committed. He lived a mess in his previous life, and he suffered such a heavy blow before he could enjoy this life. Looking at the roof, he sighed deeply. Master, the medicine is here. Fang Quibing pushed the door open and walked to his bed with the medicine bag. Fang Quibing tilted his head and looked at Fang Quibing. He saw that Fang Quibing was sweating all over his head. He wanted to sit up, but he couldn't use any strength at all. Don't get up. Glancing at the gores on his body, there was no blood stain, so he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and placed the medicine bag in his hand next to Fang Quibing's pillow. Seeing Fang Quibing being so attentive, Fang Quibing felt very warm in his heart. It was really fate that made him feel so caring. What more could a husband ask for? Seeing Fang Quibing trying to feed him medicine, Fang Quibing quickly shook his head and raised his hand to grab Fang Quibing's wrist. Although his strength was not strong, it really scared Fang Quibing. Master, what are you doing? The fair face was instantly covered with rosy color, just like a clear sky suddenly had a hint of red clouds. Fang Quibing looked at Fang Quibing in front of him tenderly and smiled. I'm not a loser. I can still take medicine. As the eldest sister of the Fan family, Fang Quibing has been busy for the Fan family for so many years. Although her family was not poor, she was sensible since she was young. In order to meet the needs of her family in the future, she learned to cook at the age of 8, and went to the private school in the city to eavesdrop on the teacher's lectures at the age of 10. She also learned some skills of bandaging and curing diseases from a quack doctor. She was a guarantee for the whole Fan family. Although she was very shy at this time, she did not dare to relax a bit for Fang Quibing's injury. Can you really do it? Although there are no scars on your arms, the scratches on your body are very serious. As long as you use force on your arms, you will pull the wounds on your body. Is it really okay? Fang Quibing still smiled and waved his hand. Fang Quibing knew that he did not want to be served. Facing the identity of a male apprentice, he could be cruel enough to shave his body himself, which showed how strong his willpower was. How could a man like him be taken care of by a woman all the time? So he nodded slightly. Well, if you have anything to say, just shout. No matter who hears us, the 4 sisters will come in immediately. After going out, she saw her sisters looking forward to it, and then whispered. The master's wound has not worsened, it should be fine, you can do whatever you need to do first. I'm here. Fang Quibing nodded after hearing this, looked at the others and said, since the eldest sister said so, you can rest assured. We have been tired for a day, so why not go back to the room and rest? But Fang Quibing and Fang Quibing still did not move, especially Fang Quibing, who kept hooking 2 fingers in front of her chest, and her nervous expression was beyond words. She stared at the door with her eyes, wanting to push the door to see Fang Quibing's injuries, but she knew in her heart that Fang Quibing needed to rest at this time and was not easy to be disturbed. She was entangled and didn't hear what others were saying at all. At this moment, a person suddenly ran into the yard. The familiar sound of bells made Fang Quibing stunned for a moment. Colorful phoenix bell. Fang Quibing turned around suddenly and saw that it was Song Yutang, so she ran over in a hurry. You are still wearing this bell. Song Yutang ran all the way here, panting with exhaustion. Seeing that Fang Quibing was safe and sound, the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. While panting, she fanned her face with her hands and smiled at the colorful phoenix bell on her neck. Well, I have been locked up at home by my father since I was a child. I don't have any friends. I finally have a good sister like you. Of course, I will always wear the things you gave me. Song Yutang's arrival was indeed very happy for Fang Quibing, but for others, it was a bit panicked. After all, she was a member of the Lianjiao Fang. What if she knew about Fang Quibing and told her father about it? Fan Mingyi walked over with a cane. So you are Mr. Song's daughter. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Don't stand outside. Let's talk inside. Although Song Yutang looked delicate on the surface, she had a very cheerful personality. Seeing Fan Mingyi was so polite, she followed him in without caring about anything else. After entering the house, Song Yutang found a random seat and sat down, looking up. "This is my first time to your house. I didn't expect the furnishings and decorations of the village households are quite unique, hee hee." Song Yutang's unintentional words made Fan Shuemian feel uncomfortable. She wanted to say something but was pulled back by the elder sister beside her. "Tanga, what's the matter with you coming to see me this time?" Although Song Yutang has a good relationship with Fan Shuemi, she can't help but feel a little suspicious when so many things happened at home. Looking at other people, they were even more confused. But the simple Song Yutang didn't think so much. She came here just to see if Fan Shuemi was okay. "It's nothing, actually. My father heard that someone died in the Fan family, and the deceased was related to a male disciple. When he saw my father go out, I was afraid that something might happen to you, so I ran over secretly. Since you are fine now, why don't we go out and play? We finally got out, so we must have fun." Song Yutang's words shocked everyone present. Her face was as pale as death in an instant. After hearing this, Fan Shuejie thought for a moment, then walked up to Song Yutang and asked softly, "Miss Song, did your father tell her where he went?" Song Yutang didn't hide anything at all, and told her father's whereabouts without hesitation. "Ministry of Justice." Fan Shuejie frowned, winked at Fan Shuemian and Fan Shuelian, and then walked out. The three of them came to the courtyard and looked around. Fan Shuejie asked quietly, "Third sister, fourth sister, one of you is a soldier and the other is a female official. What do you think of Song Yutang's words?" Fan Shuelian was straightforward, without any scheming. She didn't know how to answer the eldest sister's question, so she just shrugged and cast her eyes on the fourth sister. And Fan Shuemian was very smart and thoughtful since she was a child, otherwise she wouldn't have become a female official at such a young age. Seeing that the eldest sister was so nervous, she lowered her head and thought for a moment. After a while, she looked at the house where Fang Quibing lived, and then whispered in their ears for a while. At this time, Song Yutang, who was sitting in the house, seemed to be a little restless. Looking at Fan Shuemi in front of her, she asked impatiently, "Hey, Shuemi. Are you going with me? It's such a good weather, why are you sitting at home? Aren't you bored?" After hearing this, Fan Shuemi smiled with her lips pursed, and then her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "Tanga, I know it's not easy for you to come out this time, but I really have something to do today, so I really can't go out with you. Let's go another day. I'll come to you in person another day, and we can go out and play again, how about that?" Song Yutang saw Fan Shuemi like this, and it was not easy to say anything, so she stood up listlessly. Looking at Fan Shuejie and the others outside the door, she suddenly felt sad in her heart. It would be great if I had so many sisters. Then she drooped her shoulders and said, "In that case, then okay. Then I'll go first." After hearing this, Fan Mingi hurriedly got up and followed her, and politely sent her out. When he turned around, he found that the four sisters were kneeling in a row. Fan Mingi frowned with a surprised look on his face, looking at their expressions, as if he had something to ask for. "You guys! What are you doing?" Fan Shuejie looked up at her elderly father and told him what they had just discussed in the courtyard. Just now, Fan Shuemian thought that after Mrs. Liang was taken away by the soldiers of the Ministry of Justice, she must have become suspicious of Fang Quibing's background, so she deliberately released the news to let Song Tingshu know. After all, it was the responsibility of the Lianjiao Fang to demote the male adults. Without the cooperation of the Lianjiao Fang, the Ministry of Justice could not make any big moves. Now that Song Tingshu has gone to the Ministry of Justice, he will surely come to find out later. If they see the wounds on Fang Quibing's body, they will definitely guess that he scraped his body. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative. Fan Shuemian thought of a way, which was to pretend that the whole family was infected with the plague. Yongla City is the capital of Daxing. If someone in the village in the city is infected with the plague, officials like Song Tingshu would not dare to approach them. If they approached, they would infect other people in the city and cause unnecessary unrest. If the country knew about it, they knew the consequences. It would be fine for the four sisters to do this, but the Fan family would be despised by everyone. Fan Mingi, who valued his family's reputation very much, was naturally unwilling to do so after learning about this method. The four sisters had no choice but to kneel down and beg. Fan Mingi pondered for a long time. For the time being, there was no other way except this method, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. Okay, you get up. Then he came to them with a cane, frowning. In fact, there is another way, which is to hand him over. After all, he picked him up, so it's not a bad idea to send him back. Before Fan Mingyi finished speaking, Fan Shuemei and Fan Shuemian's eyes widened instantly, and they shouted in unison. Absolutely not. Seeing this, Fan Shuejiao hurriedly tugged at their skirts with both hands, and said to Fan Mingyi earnestly, Dad, the reason why Mr. Fang endured the pain and scrapped his male disciple was to marry us smoothly. How can we abandon him? After hearing this, Fan Mingyi's expression changed significantly, and his frowning brows slowly relaxed. Okay, I just want to ask if you are willing, get up quickly and get ready. Chapter 11, Getting By. Yongma City, the capital of Daxing State, is roughly square in shape when viewed from above, with two exits in the front and back. The Ministry of Justice, the Love Teaching House, the military department and a beacon tower are located in the four corners of the southeast, northwest and northeast respectively. The locations of the Ministry of Justice and the Lianjiaofang correspond to each other in the north and south. After Song Tingshu left home, he needed a fast horse to reach the Ministry of Justice within a few hours. This period of time gave the Fan family ample time to prepare. After about a few hours, the eldest sister Fan Shuejia was breathing heavily and wiping the sweat with her sleeves. After seeing that everything was ready, he slowly lay down on the ground in the yard, looked at the blue sky and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Fan Shuemian and Fan Shuemei began to gather their emotions and sat in front of Fang Quibing's house with their heads down. Here it comes. Fan Mingyi hurried in from outside the yard, limped to the center of the yard, threw the crutch in his hand aside, took out a handful of grey powder from his clothes, smeared it on his face, and lay down. The crisp sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer, and Fan Mingyi's heart almost rose to his throat. Sir Shang, this is it. Song Tingshu dismounted from his horse, glanced back, and muttered to himself. It is said that people in the Ministry of Justice are all arrogant and look down on others. This discussion is indeed the case. You came here on horseback, not only did you not say a word, but your face was full of disdain. If it wasn't for the purpose of investigating this matter, do you think I would come all the way to find you? After thinking about it, a middle-aged man dismounted and walked over. He frowned when he saw the villager in front of him. The tone of his voice was very contemptuous. The male disciples nowadays are so hungry that they don't even spare a single village household. Lord Song, please be more careful in arresting them. If there are any problems with the personnel, my Ministry of Justice can still help. Otherwise, when you report to the court in the middle of the year, I am afraid you will be punished by the Phoenix Lord. This man's name was Shang Qiu, and he was the second in command of the Ministry of Justice. Originally, Song Tingshu wanted to find the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice to go with him, but unfortunately, he had gone to another city to handle a case a few months ago. He also brought with him several Yarman runners with excellent martial arts skills, so that now the Ministry of Justice was left with only Shang Qiu and a few small Yarman runners. After hearing this, Song Tingshu suppressed his dissatisfaction and nodded with a forced smile. What Lord Shang said is true, but if the Fan family really has an affair with a male disciple, isn't it a bit inappropriate for just you and me? After listening to the discussion, he patted his waist. A shiny scimitar suddenly appeared in front of Song Tingshu. Even if their male disciples have great abilities, they dare not harm the officials of the state. Moreover, I have the blade of the Ministry of Justice in my hand. What can the male disciples do to me? The blade of the Ministry of Justice? Could it be the one that the Phoenix Lord gave to the Ministry of Justice? Shang Qiu raised his head proudly, looked at Song Tingshu who looked surprised and smiled. Okay, go in. Then the two of them walked towards the courtyard. But just after they took a few steps into the yard, an unpleasant fishy smell suddenly came over, causing the two of them to cough uncontrollably, and Shang Qiu was choked to the point of almost shedding tears. What the fuck does that smell like? Why is it so pungent? Song Tingshu hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve, covered his mouth and nose with it, and looked around with his eyes narrowed. But the scene before him shocked him. The yard was in a mess, and there was a person lying on the ground, with his face covered by messy hair, his clothes were tattered, and his face was black and grey. He was just about to go forward to take a look when the man suddenly sat up. Song Tingshu was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Shang Qiu instantly pulled out the scimitar from his waist. A dazzling cold light flashed by, startling the man sitting on the ground, who then shouted, "Are you officials?" Great, sir, please take charge of the Fan family for me. Fan family. Song Tingshu hesitated for a moment, then looked at it carefully again. My scalp felt numb and my whole body felt like it was being electrocuted. I saw that this person's face was covered with black pustules, still oozing blood, and he hurriedly retreated a few steps. You said you are a member of the Fan family. That's right. Sir, my name is Fan Mingyi. A few months ago, my eldest daughter turned 13 and was waiting for the country to send a man to be her husband. But I never thought that my third daughter would pick up a man outside the city. At first I wanted to send him to the love school, but I never expected that this man would get a strange disease. Later I learned that it was a plague. Look at my eldest daughter, she has already died. Then he held his head and burst into tears. Please, sir, help us, the Fan family. Then Fan Mingyi pointed to the other side of the yard. Song Tingshu took a look and saw indeed a female corpse. Just as he was about to go over to take a look, he heard bursts of crying coming from the house in front. After hearing this, Song Tingshu was stunned for a moment, then he stared at the house in front of him for a long time, but did not dare to move forward. Seeing that he was so timid, Song Qiu was about to rush over with a knife, but Fan Mingyi grabbed his ankle. My lord. The crying inside is caused by my other 3 daughters. They are now infected with the plague and are not far from death. Aren't you afraid of being infected? Shank thought about it for a while, then tore off a corner of his clothes and covered his face with it, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Without saying a word, he shook off Fan Mingyi's hand and rushed forward. And just as he pushed open the door, a green gas suddenly rushed towards him. Song Qiu narrowed his eyes and looked inside for the first time. Sure enough, there were 3 women sitting on the ground crying, their faces looked deathly pale, and the stench was even more choking than that in the yard. Then he took half a step back and closed the door again. Master Song. This is clearly a plague family. You asked me to come here with you. Do you want to harm me? Song Tingshu was also puzzled. He looked at Fan Mingyi who was sitting on the ground and asked loudly, Fan Mingyi, when your family got into this situation, didn't you go to see a doctor? This is a village in the city. Do you want to spread this plague to other people? Seeing how nervous they were, Fan Mingyi must have believed it. So he breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his head and responded softly, to answer your question, sir, which doctor is willing to come for the plague? We have thought about leaving, but it's okay. I give you 3 days to move out of Yongla City. If I find out that you haven't left yet, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he and Shank left together. When Fan Mingyi saw them approaching the courtyard, he continued to shout, Sir! Please help me with the Fan family. Stop shouting. What are you still doing? Yongla City is the foundation of Daxing, how can there be a plague? As soon as Song Tingshu finished speaking, the person in front of him suddenly turned around and walked back. He squatted down and looked at Fan Mingyi carefully for a long time. The two looked at each other for less than a moment. After all, Fan Mingyi had something to hide, so he slowly lowered his head. Plague can be a big deal or a small one. If you really don't have time to evacuate, it's best to dig a hole in your yard and bury yourself. The words of discussion made Fan Mingyi's heart tremble, and he suddenly looked up. Song Qiu stood up with a knife in his hand and turned to walk out of the yard. After leaving, Song Tingshu was still confused. When he saw Shank was about to saddle his horse, he hurriedly stopped him. Sir Shang, why do I always feel that there is something fishy about this matter? As a counselor in the Ministry of Justice, he had to solve countless cases on a daily basis. He felt a little annoyed when he heard Song Tingshu ask this. He wrapped the reins around his hands, placed the scimitar at his waist on the saddle, and frowned. Sir Song, if we are not careful about what happened today, you and I will both be infected with the plague. Fortunately, other villagers have not discovered it. If it causes unnecessary unrest, you and I will be responsible. For this kind of thing in the future, please check it out first, Sir Song, and don't make such a low-level mistake again. As soon as he finished speaking, before Song Tingshu could explain, Song Qiu had already galloped away on his horse and disappeared from his sight. Song Tingshu sighed helplessly, looking at the Fan family compound, muttering to himself, the spread of plague has always been very fast, but why is it that only the Fan family is infected, while other villagers are safe and sound? It's really weird. At this moment, Fan Mingyi, who was in the yard, was reluctant to return to normal. He kept staring at the gate of the yard. After about half an hour, seeing that there was no movement outside the yard, he dared to stand up slowly. He walked up to Fan Shuejiao and patted her gently with his hand. "It's okay, get up." After hearing this, Fan Shuejiao slowly opened her eyes, stood up with a whoosh, and then tied her messy hair up again. He kept patting his chest with both hands. "Call. It's all right now." That person just now spoke very viciously. "Dad, do you know who he is?" Fan Mingyi leaned on a cane, wiped his face with a handkerchief, and took a deep breath. "Of the two people just now, one of them I have seen before. He should be the head of the love teaching house, but I have never seen the other one before. But judging by the way he's dressed, he must be from the Ministry of Justice. Well, don't worry about them for now, and think about what to do next as soon as possible." While they were talking, Fan Shuemei, Fan Shuemian and Fan Shuelian came out of the room and changed their clothes. "It stinks. Hey, fourth sister, what on earth is this thing you asked us to put on our faces?" "When I was crying in the house just now, I was probably crying because of the smell." After saying a few words, Fan Shuelian started coughing, her eyes turned red, and her cheeks turned purple, as if she was really sick. Seeing how uncomfortable she was, Fan Shuemian took out a pill from her sleeve. "And this pill is the source of the stench and black pustules. This pill is called corpse ash powder, which to put it simply is a part of the corpse ash extracted from the dead body. If this kind of corpse ash is exposed to the sun for a long time, it will produce a strong odor. If it is applied on the face of a living person, it will create the illusion of black pustules. If you look closely at a close distance, you will find that those pustules are just blisters caused by exposure to the sun." "Fourth sister, how come you have this kind of thing?" After Fan Shuemian's description, Fan Shuelian became more curious. "This thing can be found everywhere in the city's markets. It's usually just a toy for kids to play with. It's nothing special." Chapter 12 Moving. While they were talking, Bai Yurou suddenly walked out, staggering and looking very haggard. Seeing this, Fan Shuejiao hurried forward, supported her, touched her shoulder and sighed. "You are too weak, why don't you go back to your room and rest?" Bai Yurou looked pale and weak. She blinked in confusion as she looked at Fan Shuejiao. He looked around but didn't see his mother, so he asked weakly. "Is Mr. Fang okay? Why don't I see my mother? Did she go back?" Bai Yurou's words left everyone present at a loss for words, and Fan Mingyi looked even more distressed. Fan Mingyi knew that he could not hide it for much longer, so instead of lying to her, he might as well tell her the truth directly. A short pain is worse than a long one. Besides, it was unknown whether Mrs. Liang was alive or dead, so she might not be dead. But just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Fan Shuejiao. Mrs. Liang knew what kind of person Wan Zhuanghong was, so she reported to the authorities and went to his hometown with Wan Zhuanghong to confront the local government. She should be back soon. Miss Bai can stay at our house for the time being, so don't worry. Confrontation with local officials. Bai Yurou was a little confused after hearing this and her brows slightly tightened. That's right. Wan Zhuanghong is not a local. If he reports the case to the authorities, he must go to the local government office for trial. And as the person who reported the case to the authorities, your mother must go and explain herself clearly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After hearing this, Fan Mingyi couldn't help feeling a little worried. Fan Shuejiao's deception would definitely be discovered in the future, so it would be better for him to tell her right from the start. He then stepped forward and waved to Fan Shuejiao. Seeing this, Fan Shuemei walked over to Fan Mingyi and whispered in his ear, "Dad. I'm doing this for Miss Bai's own good. I know what you mean. You don't want to deceive her, but she's so weak now. If I tell her the truth, do you think she can accept it? Why not keep it a secret from her for a while? It won't be too late to tell her later." Fan Mingyi shook his head helplessly, looked at Bai Yurou's pitiful appearance, and finally listened to Fan Shuemei's advice. Cough cough. At this moment, a burst of rapid coughing came from the inner room. After hearing this, Fan Shuemei and Fan Shuemian ran in without saying a word, holding up their skirts. Fang Quibing actually sat up. Although his face was still pale, his lips had more or less regained a hint of color. He held onto the edge of the bed with both hands and his feet were already on the ground. "Master! What are you doing? Your body." Fang Quibing let out a breath, and the blue veins on both sides of his temples were clearly visible. He waved his hands, his expression extremely serious. I saw everything that happened just now. The people from the Ministry of Justice and the owner of the Love Teaching House have already ordered us to leave. How can I be a burden to you? Everything started with me. I will go to the Love Music House to clarify the truth. Seeing Fang Quibing in so much pain, Fan Shuemei grabbed his wrist, while Fan Shuemian also grabbed him on the other side. Master, please don't say that. The reason why our Fan family did this was completely voluntary. If you really went to the Love Teaching House, wouldn't that be a betrayal of our sister's friendship for you? That is. Master, isn't it just about leaving Yongla City? I don't want to live in this damn place anymore. It's just right for me to go out and find a place that is unknown to the public to live our lives well. Fan Shuelian suddenly interrupted with a remark, which made Fan Shuemian's heart tighten and her body couldn't help but sway a few times. Fang Quibing saw it all and knew it very clearly. As a female official, Fan Shuemian would definitely be unwilling to leave Yongla City like this, so she turned around and said to her softly, Shuemian, I know that the plan just now was yours, but you are a female official after all. If you leave with us, it will definitely delay your career. Why don't you? Why don't you stay here? When I feel better, I will come to see you often. After hearing this, Fan Shuemian's eyes immediately widened and there were stars in her gaze, but she didn't say anything. She just sat next to Fang Quibing and stared blankly ahead. In her heart, she didn't know whether her career was more important or the people around her were more important. One is the position of court lady that she has always dreamed of, and the other is the lover whom she admires very much. She doesn't know how to choose, and she doesn't know whether she will regret it after making the choice. Seeing that she was in a daze, Fan Shuejiao, as their eldest sister, naturally knew what she was thinking. So he slowly walked over, sat beside her, and held her hands in his arms. Fourth sister, you are the youngest among us, and Daddy takes good care of you on weekdays. Although our Fan family is not poor, we are not wealthy either. We and my father are very proud to have a female official like you. Just listen to your master. You should stay in the city for now, be a good official, and pursue your career. Maybe in the future, our whole family will depend on you to make a fortune, he. Fan Shuejiao's words made Fan Shuemian feel extremely warm in her heart. Thinking of the past at home, that warm scene instantly appeared in her mind. Looking at Fang Quibing beside her, a smile appeared on her face again. In the Fan family, except for Fan Shuemei who quarreled with her all day long, everyone else was very nice to her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shed a few tears. Hey, why are you crying? Fourth sister, although I don't get along with you on weekdays, we are family after all. Just stay in Yongla City without worry. We may come back in the future. Besides, it's not like we'll never see each other again. You can still come to see us during holidays, right? Fan Shuemei's sudden words surprised Fan Shuemian. Looking at Fan Shuemei's delicate appearance, she was surprised that she could say such touching words. So she wiped away the tears with her fingers and patted Fan Shuemei's hands. Okay, then I'll listen to the master. There is already accommodation in Lianshang Mansion, so I won't leave for the time being. After hearing this, Fang Quibing looked at the three sisters in front of him and couldn't help feeling filled with emotion. Just yesterday, the second and fourth sons of the Fan family were arguing endlessly, but now, because of me, they have reconciled. It is really an unexpected gain. So he smiled. That's great. We're all family. If we have any problems, we can discuss them with each other and naturally come up with solutions. But where should our family go? Fang Quibing suddenly frowned. Although Fan Shuemian's problem was solved, he had no idea where to go next. The Fan family has lived in Yongla City for so many years. How can they adapt to moving to another unfamiliar place in an instant? They are not like me. In the past, I was a male apprentice who could sleep wherever I went. But now I have a family to support. If anything goes wrong, wouldn't everyone be implicated? Seeing Fang Quibing was at a loss, Fan Shuelian suddenly raised the index finger of her left hand and shouted loudly. I figured it out. I heard that there is a small town called Wanqing less than 80 miles outside Yongla City. General Sichu's home happens to be there. Why don't we go there? After hearing this, Fang Quibing was stunned for a moment, then he thought to himself, 80 li is only 40 kilometers, which means it would take 8 hours to walk. How could the sisters endure such a long distance, especially since Fan Mingyi was lame? 80 miles. I've never heard of it. Perhaps because he had stayed in Yongle City for too long, Fan Mingyi knew very little about the affairs of the outside world. But at this time, Fan Shuilian started talking with great interest. The reason why Wanqing is 80 miles away from Yongle City is entirely due to the terrain. The terrain of Yongle City is relatively shallow, and the whole city is located in a depression. When Yongle City was built, the national teacher of Daxing personally divined and said that this place is now a feng shui treasure land, the waste of a sleeping dragon, and the essence of the dragon's body. But after it was completed, they found that the terrain here was so sunken. It was too late to regret, but there was nothing they could do. Therefore, in order to take future considerations into account, the Lord of Daxing built a city almost identical to Yongle City 80 miles away from Yongle City in case of emergency. Fan Shuilian's statement surprised Fan Mingyi. He didn't expect that there was such a place outside Yongle City, so he continued to ask, Yongle City is in a depression, is there no way to solve it? No wonder I always feel like the ground at home is sinking for no reason these years. If this continues, then Yongle City will. Fan Mingyi hesitated to speak, always feeling that it was a little too early to say so. Besides, they were all going to leave, so why bother worrying about other people's affairs? In that case, let's go to Wanqing and take a look. I'll borrow a carriage from my neighbor later, so we can go faster. After hearing this, Fang Quibing breathed a sigh of relief. So there is a horse-drawn carriage, that's great. Seeing that no one had any objections, Fan Shuilian actually danced with joy. She put her hands on her hips and hung the sword back around her waist. But at this moment, Bai Yurou felt very uncomfortable. I can't see my mother, and I have to follow the Fan family to Wanqing. What should I do if my mother comes back and can't find me? Then he stammered, are you really going to leave? Although I don't know why you insist on leaving, I absolutely cannot leave here. I think I'd better go home first. Otherwise, my mother won't be able to find me when she comes back. Fang Quibing's brows tightened after hearing this. He almost forgot about Miss Bai. He wanted to tell her what happened after she fainted, but was stopped by Fan Shuilian again and given a look. Miss Bai, don't worry. Anqing is less than 80 miles from here, and my fourth sister won't leave. If your mother has any news, my fourth sister will tell us the first time. On the contrary, it's not appropriate to leave you alone in the city. You'd better come with us. Chapter 13 Marriage and Farewell. Bai Yurou thought about it for a long time, and finally agreed reluctantly. At this time, Fan Shuilian looked at her family and Fang Quibing, and finally felt a little reluctant, and her eyes were even dimmed. But Fan Shuilian was just the opposite. Not only was she not worried at all, but she was very excited. For her, the happiest thing was to be able to stay in the same city with such a magical person like Sichu Yang. Fan Shuilian was fine, as her family was where they were. But her father was old now, so how could he endure such hardships? Moreover, he was not mobile, and 80 miles was neither far nor near. Even with a carriage, it was inevitable that they would encounter danger on the road. So she called her second and third sisters aside and whispered to herself. After a while, Fan Mingyi really borrowed a carriage, tied it outside the gate of the courtyard, and walked in. Okay, let's just pack up and go. I have really never seen much of the outside world, so I must take a good look at it this time when I go out. Then he went into the house to pack his bags. Father! Seeing this, Fan Shuilian called out to him. Fan Mingyi was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked. A long-lost smile appeared on the old face. Well, I don't have much stuff, but after all, I've lived here for so many years, so I have to pack it up. Please wait for me for a while. Seeing her father so happy, Fan Shuilian lowered her head helplessly, scratching her hands together, not knowing how to start. Seeing this, Fan Shuilian made up her mind and walked over. Dad! We have something to tell you. But as soon as the words came to his lips, he held them back. After all, the person standing in front of her was her father. Fan Shuilian couldn't open her mouth and leave her old father alone here. At this time Fang Quibing understood what they meant. Since they couldn't speak, he let them speak himself. So he was about to stand up from the bed, but was pushed down by Fan Shuilian instead. Seeing them acting suspiciously, Fan Mingyi looked at them in confusion. What do you want to say? Just say what you want to say, why are you hesitating? Dad! We have discussed it and decided that you should stay here and not go with them. I'm still in Yongle City. I'm responsible for your well-being. Although I can't come back to see you often, it's better than traveling with them. After she said this, I thought Fan Mingyi would be very angry, but unexpectedly, after hearing what she said, Fan Mingyi smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Har har, even if you don't tell me, I won't leave here. I've thought about it a long time ago. I'm already this old, how can I still follow you guys? Okay, you guys can go now. I bought the carriage outside, so feel free to use it. Fan Mingyi's words shocked everyone, and Fan Shuemian felt extremely guilty. Dad. That's not what I meant. Fan Mingyi waved his hands quickly. He knew very well that these children were worried about their health. But when children grow up, we should let them go and let them develop on their own. Separation is only a matter of time. What's more, there is another person beside them now. He believes that Fang Quibing's existence will make his children happy. As you said, I am old now and cannot move around easily, so it would be better for me to stay at home and enjoy my retirement. The fourth one is a female official in the city. I'm sure she will take good care of me. You can go without any worries. Just write a few letters from time to time and tell me how you are doing. Fan Mingyi's words immediately made his children burst into tears, especially Fan Shuemei, who almost burst into tears. Fang Quibing saw this and felt very upset. If it weren't for his appearance, how could this family have experienced such a separation? He felt sad and sighed deeply. Although Fan Mingyi felt very reluctant, he could do nothing about it. He turned around, glanced at Fang Quibing, and slowly walked over. How are you injured? After hearing this, Fang Quibing quickly raised his head. It's just a superficial wound, nothing serious. Don't call me yours all the time. Don't worry, I will protect your daughters. Fan Mingyi couldn't help but nodded and smiled after hearing this. He was accustomed to addressing him as you, but whenever he called him master, he did feel a little uncomfortable, so he gently patted his shoulder. Okay, then I'll call you Mr. Fang. Please forgive me for being frank. The Fan family has 4 daughters. Now they are going to leave the city with Master Fang. Looking at Fang Quibing in front of him, he thought for a long time. No matter what, this is the only way at the moment, and the person in front of him is his only hope. Mr. Fang, thank you very much. At this time, the 4 daughters of the Fan family were still crying. Father. Fan Shuemei threw herself into Fan Mingyi's arms, and the tears in her eyes instantly wet Fan Mingyi's shoulders. He stroked Fan Shuemei's hair, tears welling up in his eyes. After a while, he slowly pushed Fan Shuemei away and wiped her tears. Okay, let Mr. Fang rest for another day, and we can set off immediately after the wedding tomorrow. He immediately stood up and slowly walked out of the house. Fan Shuejiao looked at her father's staggering back, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to hug her father tightly like her 4th sister did, but as the oldest among them, she should control her emotions. So she said loudly to the other sisters, okay, go back to the room and get ready. It's not like we won't be coming back. Don't make it like we're parting forever. After a long time, when they all left, Fan Shuejiao came to Fang Quibing's bed and sat down alone. I wanted to say something to him, but he seemed to have fallen asleep, so I slowly got up and walked out of the house. Shuejiao, do you have something to ask me? You didn't sleep. Fang Quibing frowned, propped himself up with both hands, and sat on the edge of the bed again. How can I sleep in the middle of the day? I'm just resting my eyes. Can your injury really allow us to consummate our marriage? My father. Fang Quibing knew what she was going to say, so he responded first. My injury is not serious, and we can get married. Your father is right. We don't know when we will be able to come back. He will only feel at ease if I marry you too. Any parent is the same in this regard, there is nothing wrong with that. After hearing what he said, Fan Shuejia's helpless face finally broke into a smile. In fact, when Fang Quibing was first picked up, she had a sense of déjà vu about him. This feeling was very subtle, as if the person in front of her was the final destination of their Fan family, otherwise they would not have kept him until now. Looking at Fang Quibing's handsome appearance and his upright and resolute character, Fan Shuejia's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. That's right. Since I met you, I have never seen you smile like this except when you just woke up. As the eldest daughter in the family, your daily life must be very hard, right? Fang Quibing's words were like a breeze, instantly relaxing Fan Shuejia's tense body, and she couldn't help feeling shy. Then he slowly put Fang Quibing's head on the pillow and said softly, "Master, please take a rest first. I hope everything goes well with your wedding tomorrow." The next morning, Fang Quibing slowly opened his eyes. After 2 days of rest, the many wounds on his body had gradually scabbed over. I touched my chest, and although it still hurt a little, it was no longer a big deal. So he tried to stand up from the bed. Call. Fortunately, I can finally walk freely. Then he looked around the house. Since I came to the Fan family, I haven't really taken a look at what this home is like, and now I have to leave. It's such a pity. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside the door. Fang Quibing's ears tightened and he hurried to the door and was about to push it open, but he didn't expect to bump into Fan Quibing. "Master, what are you doing?" Fang Quibing hugged Fan Quibing in his arms, which surprised Fan Quibing. Fang Quibing looked up and saw that the yard was full of people, so he quickly closed the door. "What's outside the door?" Fan Quibing gently pushed Fang Quibing away and shyly handed him the new clothes in her hand. Fang Quibing took the clothes and took a closer look. It turned out to be a wedding dress with fine embroidery and felt very smooth to the touch. "Master, please change quickly. Those people outside are our neighbors in the village. They are here to bless us." After hearing this, Fang Quibing frowned and couldn't help thinking in his heart. I originally thought that the wedding was just a small event, but I didn't expect that they would invite so many people. It would be terrible if the people from the Love Teaching House and the Ministry of Justice knew about it. The last time he wanted to marry them, he was harassed by Wan Zhuanghong. This time, there must not be any mistakes. After thinking about it, Fang Quibing put the new clothes in his hand on the bed and rushed out quickly. Chapter 14 Bai Yurou leaves for no reason. Fang Quibing's action scared Fan Quibing. Just as he was about to chase after her, he saw Fan Quibing had already stopped him. Fang Quibing's pupils gradually dilated as he looked at the group of people in front of the hospital. In his panic and because of his excessive movements just now, the pain from his wound instantly hit him. He then frowned and looked at Fan Quibing in front of him with confusion. "Shuejiao, it's not safe for these people to stay here. Did you call them here?" Fan Quibing nodded. "This is indeed what we meant. We have thought about it. After we get married, we will go to Waning. We don't know when we can come back, and we don't know when we can see Dad again. Instead of that, why not have a grand wedding so that Dad and we won't have any regrets?" Fang Quibing understood Fan Quibing's words, but in the current situation, what should he do if something went wrong? He could not let her family be implicated because of himself. So he twisted his brows into a knot and was about to speak, but was pulled back by Fan Quibing beside him. "These villagers are our neighbors. My father has told them everything. Don't worry, they won't tell anyone else about your marriage here." Fang Quibing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Did he? There are dozens of people outside. Could it be that Fan Mingyi and the others have not slept all night, preparing for the wedding today? Just as he was hesitating, Fan Mingyi walked out slowly, his clothes changed into red, looking very festive from a distance. Then bursts of laughter were heard coming from the group of people outside the yard. "Oh, Mr. Fan looks as handsome as ever in his red clothes. Yes, the girls in the Fan family are all so beautiful. I don't know which lucky man has married for beautiful wives. It's really the envy of everyone. Har har har." Seeing them laughing, Fan Mingyi also laughed and walked to the gate of the yard and waved to the inside. "Come on, folks, come in." Seeing this group of people rushing into the yard, Fang Quibing suddenly became nervous for some reason. He quickly stepped back a few steps and went into their house. Seeing this, Fan Quibing covered her face with her sleeves and smiled at Fan Quibing. "Big sister, I never thought that our future master would also be shy sometimes." Fan Quibing also smiled, looked at Fang Quibing's house, and waved to Fan Quibing. "Okay, stop standing here like an idiot. Go back to their house and change your clothes. I will take care of these folks. Don't delay your work." At the same time, Fang Quibing, who was sitting on the bed in the room, looked at the new clothes in front of him and thought for a long time. Until now, he couldn't believe the facts of the moment. After traveling through time, he was blessed with 4 wives, and they were all so beautiful and charming. Thinking back on what had happened in the past few days, Fang Quibing couldn't help but sigh. After a while, he changed into wedding clothes and stood in front of the bronze mirror, even a little dazed. The self in the bronze mirror was wearing a red brocade robe with black edges and gold embroidery. It was embroidered with elegant hollow bamboo leaf patterns, and a jade belt with gold thread trimmed around the waist, which made him look naturally noble. I didn't expect to get married so soon. I was so miserable in my previous life. I really want my parents to see me now. Creak. With a crisp sound, Fang Quibing's door was pushed open, and the four sisters of the Fan family stood in front of him in an orderly manner. Fang Quibing turned around and saw that the scene before him was as if he had fallen into a field of flowers. I saw that each of them was holding a red ribbon in their hands, with hydrangeas tied to both ends. Each of them is heavily made up and is beautiful beyond words. Fang Quibing suddenly seemed to have lost his soul, and he didn't know who to look at. 4 pairs of white legs were exposed outside the wedding dresses, and the refreshing fragrance slowly blew into his nose through the breeze outside the door, making Fang Quibing intoxicated in an instant. At this time, Fan Mingyi and Bai Yurou also followed in. Looking at Fang Quibing's obsessed expression, Bai Yurou felt mixed emotions at this moment. Not knowing what to do, she slowly lowered her head. Mr. Fang, congratulations on your great happiness today. Fang Quibing came to his senses after seeing this. Seeing Bai Yurou's weak body, he couldn't help but said with some concern, Miss Bai, you should follow us from now on. Shui Mian will tell me the first time there is any news about your mother. Don't worry too much. After hearing this, Miss Bai looked up and saw that the 4 girls of the Fan family were dressed so beautifully today. She felt that she was too pale in comparison, so she nodded slightly. Yurou knows. After saying this, she was about to turn around and leave, but was grabbed by Fan Quibing. Looking at Bai Yurou's pitiful appearance and frail body, Fan Quibing blinked her eyes, then pulled her to her side and said to her father with a smile, Dad. In that case, why not let Miss Bai get married as well? Fan Quibing's words stunned everyone for a moment. Before Fang Quibing could react, the others nodded one after another. Yes, Dad. There is still no news about Miss Bai's mother. She is the only one at home. We are getting married today, but how will Miss Bai cope with it? Why not just listen to 4th sister and let Miss Bai get married today? After hearing this, Fan Mingyi frowned at first, and then started to think about it in his mind. Miss Bai's mother was sent to the Ministry of Justice because of Wan Zhuanghong's incident. If Wan Zhuanghong is not eliminated, he will be a trouble in the future. Although it is not entirely her and her daughter's responsibility that Miss Bai is now in this state, they are also inseparable from it. Instead of letting her follow him all the time, it would be better to let her marry Fang Quibing. After thinking about it, Fan Mingyi said nothing, just nodded. At this time, Fang Quibing had no objection. Although he didn't know Miss Bai very well, the reason why her family suffered this misfortune was entirely because of him. Marrying her would be a kind of compensation. Oh my goodness, I originally thought that the Fan family was only marrying off their daughter, but I didn't expect there would be another woman. Good things really come in pairs. Mr. Fan is really blessed. In this case, doesn't this girl also become your daughter? Hearing the villagers outside the door making a fuss, Fang Quibing and the 4 sisters of the Fan family also laughed at the same time, but Bai Yurou said nothing. She just stared at Fang Quibing in front of her silently, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, Fan Quibing looked back at the sky, waved to her father beside her, and whispered in his ear, Dad, it's getting late, hurry up and bring the red veil over. Although there is no matchmaker in our family, the customs cannot be changed. After hearing this, Fan Mingyi finally reacted and without saying a word, he hurried out of the house on his crutches. When Fang Quibing faced 5 beautiful women, his cheeks suddenly felt extremely hot. The burning sensation could be felt even in the ears. Fan Quibing and Fan Quibing suddenly started whispering to each other, and Fang Quibing's heart started beating fast when he saw this. But looking at Bai Yurou at this time, her facial expression was so stiff. Instead of being happy at all, she could even see a trace of disgust. Just as he was about to step forward and ask a few questions, he saw Fan Mingyi walking in with 5 red hijabs in his hand. Miss Bai, please forgive me. We only have 4 sets of wedding clothes. You can make do with them for now. When we get to Waning, let them make one for you. Bai Yurou still didn't say a word, looking at Fang Quibing, her eyes moving. After the 5 people put on their red hijabs, Fan Mingyi smiled happily, then turned to look at the villagers outside the door. Everyone here, does anyone know some wedding customs? Come and help me, a bad old man, organize it. As soon as these words came out, the group of people outside the door rushed to raise their hands. What's more, among the people who raised their hands, there was an old man over 70 years old. Fan Mingyi looked around and finally chose a middle-aged woman. Bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is over. As the middle-aged woman finished her prayer, the piercing sound of firecrackers suddenly rang out in the courtyard outside the door. At this moment, Fang Quibing was overjoyed and hurried forward to lift their red veils, but was stopped by the women immediately. Hey! Young man, this red veil can only be lifted after entering the bridal chamber. Do you want these ladies to sleep with you together, or alone? Fang Quibing was stunned and retracted his arm in panic. Sleeping together? Sleeping alone? It sounds weird. Just as he was hesitating, Bai Yurou suddenly lifted the red veil herself, turned around and ran out without saying a word. The hustle and bustle outside the door suddenly stopped. Fan Mingyi and his daughters were stunned for a moment, and Fang Quibing was even more confused. In order to ease the embarrassment, Fan Mingyi hurried to the door and smiled at the villagers. Our fellow villagers, Miss Bai may have run away because she was shy, it's okay. As everyone knows, our Fan family is in a hurry to move. As for the matter of the bridal chamber, let's wait until they successfully settle down and solve it themselves. Thank you all for coming here today to celebrate for our Fan family. If you still have time tonight, please come again. I, Fan, will definitely entertain you warmly. Then he raised his fists. After hearing this, the villagers didn't think there was anything wrong with it. They expressed their congratulations one after another and then left. After a while, the courtyard returned to peace again. Fan Shuajiao and the others also changed their clothes and came to the living room of the house. Although the Fan family is not wealthy, they still have quite a lot of houses, especially the foyer facing the main door, which makes it look more luxurious. Fang Quibing sat on the right side of the hallway and looked around. I didn't expect the Fan family's entrance hall to be so neat and tidy. It looked no different from the costume TV dramas I watched every day. Seeing Fang Quibing's curious look, Fan Mingyi smiled. Since you are married, you will be the future master of my Fan family. There is a treasure in this hall, which has been passed down from generation to generation in my Fan family. Now that you are the head of my Fan family, it should belong to you. Fang Quibing couldn't help but frown after hearing this and looked around carefully again. Treasure. Chapter 15. A hairpin. Fang Quibing never expected that he would not only have 5 wives, but also receive treasures as gifts. He couldn't help but feel a little flattered. Then Fan Mingyi took out a black box from the back of the chair behind him. The box was square, with a white pearl the size of a fingernail inlaid in the opening, which was particularly conspicuous under the reflection of the light. Seeing this, Fan Shuajia's eyes suddenly widened, and stars appeared in her eyes. The others were even more surprised and stood up one after another. It can be seen that this box is extremely heavy. Dad, this is. Fan Shualian hesitated to speak and turned to look at Fang Quibing, who was sitting beside her, at a loss. Fan Mingyi raised his hand and pressed down, indicating that they should sit down first. Then he put the box on the table beside him, leaned forward with his hands on his shoulders, and sat back. After looking at Fang Quibing for a long time, he spoke. I told you that Master Fang is now the master of our Fan family, and he will be your support in Wanqing in the future. It is only natural to pass it on to him. Moreover, this treasure is only an object after all, and it is something outside of your body. You sisters don't need to be so surprised. Fang Quibing saw this and felt that this treasure must be extraordinary, but he wondered why his daughters had such a big reaction. Dad, this treasure has been passed down from generation to generation in my mother's family. The reason why it is in our Fan family is because she married you. As the saying goes, a woman should follow her husband. This is normal, but why do you say that this treasure is passed down from the Fan family? And you also want to give it to? Fan Shualian stopped talking again, her eyes rolled around, and she turned to Fang Quibing and whispered, Master, this treasure is related to our family affairs. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I hope you can forgive me. Fang Quibing didn't think much of it. It wasn't his fault whether he gave it or not, so he waved his hand and said with a smile, Shualian, you worry too much. Presumptuous. Then Fan Mingyi slapped the table beside him, his eyes wide open, and he was extremely angry. He tilted his head to look at the box and pointed with his finger. When your mother married me, she said that this treasure was her dowry. No matter whose family it was married to, it would be that family's heirloom. Could I be wrong about that? In that case, I certainly regard it as a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the Fan family, and I certainly have the right to dispose of it. Fang Quibing saw this. This was the first time he saw Fan Mingyi so angry. Fan Shuajiao hurriedly walked up to Fan Shualian and patted her shoulders with both hands. Third sister, I know you still miss mom, but what dad said is right. Why are you so impulsive? Sit down quickly. Fan Shualian then glared at her father and snorted. After seeing this, Fang Quibing felt that if this treasure really fell into his hands, these wives would quarrel with him every day, so he decided not to take it. After thinking about it, Fang Quibing slowly stood up and clasped his hands. Mr. Fan, I think I'd better not give it up. You said that this treasure is a treasure passed down from generation to generation. Even if you want to take it out, you have to give it to your daughters. Even if I become your son-in-law and their husband, I am still an outsider after all. It is not comfortable for me to take this treasure. Fang Quibing's words moved Fan Shuemei and Fan Shuemian even more, so Fan Shuemei stood up and said something to Fang Quibing with affection. Master, this treasure is not a rare item. It is a hairpin. This hairpin is also something my mother always carries with her. When Fan Shualian heard her say this, she shouted at her in a bossy manner, Second sister. Do you know what this hairpin represents? How can it not be considered a rare thing? After hearing this, Fang Quibing was stunned for a moment, then he turned his gaze to the box next to Fan Mingyi. Hairpin? The treasure is actually a hairpin. Fan Mingyi also suddenly frowned. After opening the box, he took the hairpin in his hand and sighed. After Fan Mingyi's statement, Fang Quibing learned that their mother was actually from Dongqi, a minority ethnic group outside Daxing. There are 6 ethnic minorities outside Daxing, among which Dongqi people are the most intelligent. Many advanced farming equipment in Daxing and things needed for national defense construction were mostly created by Dongqi people. Lord Feng tried many times to integrate the Dongqi people into the country, but his attempts were fruitless. Finally, after discussions between the two sides, the Dongqi people made concessions and allowed the men who were sent down from Daxing to marry the women of Dongqi. The reason why Lord Feng did this was that he wanted to use this method to slowly assimilate the people of Dongqi into Daxing. Before this, Fan Mingyi had already married their mother. This hairpin was made by a person from Dongqi. It is said that the craftsmanship of making this hairpin is extremely complicated. If it is sold, it can be exchanged for a city. Therefore, it became an heirloom of the Fan family. The 4 daughters of the Fan family were so nervous because they were actually afraid that the hairpin would fall into the hands of outsiders. Although they had no grudges against Fang Quibing, he was still an outsider after all, so it was normal for them to be so cautious. Mr. Fang, you are unfamiliar with Wanchen. If you encounter any difficulties, this hairpin may be able to help you. Please accept it. Fang Quibing looked at the box and his legs seemed to be frozen. To take or not to take? If I take it, will these 4 wives become estranged from me because of this and think that I am a money-hungry person? If he doesn't take it, Fan Mingyi's efforts will be in vain. Fang Quibing was extremely conflicted for a moment. At this moment, Fan Shuemian suddenly stepped forward, took the box in her hand, and walked a few steps to Fang Quibing's front. Fang Quibing was shocked to see that her eyes were so determined. Since you are the future owner, just like our father, mother was able to give this thing to father, and now we sisters can also give it to you. I believe that the owner will not sell it. After saying that, he handed the box to him. After hearing this, Fang Quibing looked around and saw that they all had different expressions, so he had no choice but to take over. Then he raised his hands again, facing Fan Mingyi and said loudly, Don't worry, since it is a family heirloom, it will not be lost in my hands, and I will not sell it at will. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Quibing put the box in his arms. Although Fan Shualian was still somewhat reluctant at this time, she couldn't say anything more as things had come to this point, so she had to sit back. For her, although she was the 3rd child, her mother loved her the most when she was alive, because among all her sisters, their mother always thought that Fan Shualian was most like her when she was young. On the contrary, the 4th sister was the last child born by their mother, so the relationship between the 2 of them was naturally a little weaker. Okay, now that the marriage is over, shouldn't you change the way you address me, Mr. Fang? After hearing this, Fang Quibing's ears tightened and he fell to his knees with a thud. He didn't care about his injuries and kowtowed. I almost forgot. My dear father-in-law, please accept my greetings. Seeing Fang Quibing like this, Fan Shuajiao hurriedly pulled him up. Dad, didn't we pay our respects to our parents just now? Now the master is still injured, what are you doing? Fan Mingyi nodded with relief and stood up with the help of a cane. Har har, okay, from now on we are all family. Master Fang is your master, and even more so my master. You must live your life seriously and carefully in the future, and never cause any trouble again. After hearing this, the four daughters of the Fan family burst into tears again. Only Fan Shualian seemed to be still upset about what happened just now. Although she was also in the hug, her expression was very cold. Not long after, the four daughters of the Fan family, except Fan Shuemian, quickly packed their luggage, and Fang Quibing also packed his things simply. After saying a simple goodbye to Fan Mingyi and was about to go out, I found that there seemed to be someone missing beside me. Where is Miss Bai? Fang Quibing suddenly stopped and looked around. Fan Mingyi was even more confused and frowned as he looked at the house behind him. Where on earth is this child? I haven't seen her since she ran away when she got married. Could it be that he ran back home? Just as they were puzzled, Bai Yurou slowly walked out from the backyard carrying a package. Her expression was still cold and she looked like a walking corpse from a distance. This inevitably made Fang Quibing a little worried, so he stepped forward and asked, Yurou, are you feeling unwell? If you are not comfortable, the carriage will be left for you to use. After hearing this, Bai Yurou looked up. Her cold eyes and dim gaze made Fang Quibing very puzzled. My mother taught me since I was young that I must never become someone else's concubine after I get married. I never thought that I would become the person my mother hates the most. I wonder what her expression will be when I see her again. Bai Yurou's words shocked Fang Quibing. I remembered a book I had read before, which said, in the past, transportation was slow, letters were far away, and a lifetime was only enough to love one person. But now he has 5 wives, and Bai Yurou's words made him feel ashamed. I guess this Bai girl must be a person with a strong personality. If it weren't for the current situation, this Bai girl would never have married me. Thinking of this, Fang Quibing suddenly didn't know how to explain it, so he lowered his head slowly. Fan Shuemian stood in the yard and walked over after listening to Bai Yurou. Miss Bai, we are all citizens of Daxing. It is inevitable that many women serve one man, but the most important thing is, what kind of person is this man? You have seen in the past few days that the master is upright and courageous, and he is extremely enthusiastic about people and things. This kind of person is worthy of our service and entrustment. Don't think too much about it. After you leave, if I hear any news about your mother, I will explain it to her for you. Don't worry. After hearing her words, Bai Yurou lowered her head and thought for a moment. Looking at Fang Quibing and other members of the Fan family beside her, she still muttered expressionlessly. No one can predict what will happen in the future. If it's really as you said, then it's fine. Can. Then she shook her head and walked out to the front yard carrying the package. Chapter 16, 300 Tales for Waning Residents. Waning, a city that looks similar to Yonghe City. But the climate here is different from that of Yonghe City. In August, the heat is unbearable, but the people here are bundled up in layers of clothes. No matter how hot it is, they never lose a layer of clothing. Hey! Come and take a look at my ingredients today. They are very rich. As soon as I entered the city, I heard an old farmer shouting about his business. His voice was very serious. I saw Fan Shualian walking over in a few steps and standing in the center of the city, opening her arms so excited. Seeing this, Fan Shuajie rushed to her and tugged on her clothes. Shualian, this is a strange place after all. It looks like you have been here before. Please restrain yourself. But Fan Shualian still had a smile on her face. She was a little sad when she ran away from home, but now that she is here, she seems to have forgotten everything in an instant. After a whole day's journey, everyone else was exhausted, but she was particularly energetic. Fang Quibing sat in the carriage and looked at the scene in front of him and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and tried to take off the gauze on his back, but Fan Shuemian saw him and stopped him. Master, what are you doing? Fang Quibing frowned, looked at Fan Shuemian's serious expression, and slowly put his hand back. Before, when he was at Fan's house, he had been resting in bed in the house since he was injured, and he didn't feel anything. But now, after a day's journey, sweat has already covered his entire body. Other parts are okay, but his back is really uncomfortable. What's worse is that he hasn't taken a shower for several days, and the gauze on the wound makes him extremely itchy. Drive. Suddenly, a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds came from behind them. Bai Yurou, who was standing on the outermost side of the carriage, was almost hit by the oncoming horse, but fortunately she dodged in time. Ouch! I heard a loud shout and a man in armor jumped off the back of a white horse. Fan Shuamei handed the reins to Fang Quibing in the carriage, came behind her elder sister and whispered, "Sister, this." Fan Shuajiao took a closer look and found that the person was about the same height as herself. Although she was a woman, she had a very agile figure. It was obvious from his imposing manner that he was no ordinary person, so just as he was about to step forward and say a few words, Fan Shualian next to him beat him to the punch. "General Sichu Yang. I am Fan Shualian, from the Qi Battalion under General Sichu. I am here to meet General Sichu." After saying that, he knelt down on one knee, looking both nervous and excited. When Fan Shuajiao heard that it was Sichu Yang, her face changed drastically and she quickly put her hands together and greeted her. Fang Quibing in the carriage slowly walked down from the carriage. My heart sank when I saw this man in silver armor and a helmet with a pattern on his head. Before I traveled through time, I watched quite a few costume dramas. The way she was dressed didn't look like a general at all. A so-called general should be wearing golden armor, but she was wearing silver armor. Besides, the flowery helmet on her head was not the one that a general would wear. It was beautiful in style, but upon closer inspection, it was as thin as light aluminum. In a battle, it would not be able to withstand any attack on the head. While he was thinking, Fan Shuamei hurriedly came up behind him and whispered, "Master, in Daxing, if you see a general like this, you must kneel down and salute. Even if you are physically disabled now, you can't be rude." Fang Quibing finally reacted and lowered his head in a hurry. This person first stood still and looked around, then stared at each of them for a long time. Finally, his eyes fell on Bai Yurou behind her. "You look like a family. You dress pretty much the same. But why is this person dressed differently from you? Could she be your maid?" After hearing this, Fang Quibing hesitated for a moment, then frowned and thought for a moment, then quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Har har, what is this general talking about? Everyone knows that Daxing has a clear rule that girls over 13 must get married, and boys over 15 must be demoted. How dare you harbor a maid? To be honest, this girl is my wife. I was just in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare clothes for her." Fortunately, Fang Quibing reacted in time, otherwise he would not have been able to explain the question and the consequences would have been disastrous. After hearing this, the man glanced at Fang Quibing and then took off his helmet. The black hair instantly fell on her shoulders. Fang Quibing didn't know whether this person was Sichu Yang or not, but her makeup was unusual. Her jet black hair and fair cheeks formed a sharp contrast. Her big eyes and tall, short nose made her look even more charming. Although Daxing has its own rules, it is a feminist country after all. Since she is married to you, she must be consistent with your other wives. Not only must she wear the same clothes, but she must also use the same things and eat the same things. How can there be such a distinction? Also, I am not General Sichu. I am just the commander of the Qi Battalion under General Sichu." After hearing this, Fan Shualian was stunned for a moment, then stood up and looked at her elder and second sisters beside her, appearing very embarrassed. Fan Shuamei pouted and hit Fan Shualian on the back with her delicate fist. She whispered, "You are such a good third sister. Don't you even know what Sichu Yang looks like?" Fan Shualian lowered her head and glanced. General Sichu is like a dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. How could I have seen him? This man is wearing a suit of armor with the word Sichu inlaid on the armor. Who else could it be but General Sichu? You. Seeing this, Fan Shuajiao turned around, gave them a look, and whispered softly, "Okay, both of you stop arguing." But at this time, Fang Quibing was always looking at the man's profile, his eyes never leaving. Fan Shuamei quietly came up behind him and poked him with her hand. "Ona? Ona." Fang Quibing suddenly came back to his senses. Then he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I will keep your advice in mind. Don't worry. Since I am their husband and their master, I will not show favoritism to one and neglect the other. I've said so much, but I still don't know your name." After hearing his words, the man first blinked, then put the flower helmet on the horse behind him. "I don't deserve the name, my surname is Yu, and my given name is Mai. Since one of your wives is a military householder, and since you are from other places, why don't you come with me? The Qi camp is not far away. In Daxing, the Phoenix Lord is very caring towards the women who serve in the army. Besides, she is still a member of our Chi camp, so maybe she can be allocated a residence for you. As Yumai spoke, she pointed at Fan Shualian in front of her, then got on her horse and walked forward. Residence? Fang Quibing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, feeling quite puzzled. According to the laws of Daxing, the Phoenix Lord did provide protection for any woman who served in the military. But he had never heard of soldiers being given housing. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. After seeing Yumai walk away for a distance, he hurried to Fan Shualian and asked seriously, "Shualian, is this true? Now, are there places to live for women serving in the army in Daxing?" Fan Shualian thought for a moment and then shook her head. "I have never heard of distributing housing, but since I joined General Sichu's army, I have heard that the female soldiers under her command do have a pretty good life. Whether it is true or not, it is still unknown." Fang Quibing looked at Yumai's back with half belief and half doubt, always feeling that this matter was strange. Just as he was about to get back on the carriage, he saw Bai Yurou still kneeling on the ground. He knew that some of the words in his previous conversation with Yumai might have made her sad. But the situation has changed now, so I'd better wait until I settle down before talking to her in detail. Then he held her in his arms, and, enduring the pain in his body, carried her to the carriage. Fan Shuamei and Fan Shuajiao also picked up the reins and followed Yumai closely. After walking for a while, they saw people on both sides actually coming forward with bamboo baskets in their hands and greeting Yumai enthusiastically. "Deputy General Yu, thank you for your hard work for this city and for us civilians. This is a little gift from our family, hope you will accept it." Seeing this, Yumai hurriedly grabbed the reins and waved her hands back and forth. "It's really polite of you to say that, fellow countrymen. As the commander of the Chi battalion, you led the troops and died a worthy death. It is an honor for me to help our city and successfully drive out the bandits. I appreciate your kindness, but I really cannot accept your gifts." When Fang Quibing saw that Yumai was loved by so many people, his thoughts changed slightly. After about half an hour, Yumai suddenly stopped and pointed to the right. "That's the residence assigned to the Chi camp. You can find out when you go over there and ask. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Soon, there was a sound of horse neighing, and Yumai galloped away. Fan Shualian originally wanted to follow her to their Chi camp, but settling her family down was the key right now, so she shrugged helplessly and walked to the right. Fang Quibing looked around while sitting in the carriage and found that the so-called Chi camp residence was nothing more than a Chi character pasted on the door of every household. I learned about it later through Fan Shualian's description. General Sichu Yang's subordinates were divided into 4 camps: Chi, Cheng, Zhuan and He. Their Chi camp is a low-level camp, and most of the soldiers there are children from civilian families. The He camp is the main training camp for Sichu Yang, and it is also where she often appears. Fang Quibing and others searched this area for a long time but could not find a vacant house. Just when she was about to give up, Fan Shuajiao seemed to see something. "Master, look! There is actually one house that is vacant." After hearing this, Fan Shuamei looked forward with curiosity and joy. After walking all the way, they were tired and thirsty and wanted to find a place to sleep. But when Fan Shuamei looked at it carefully, she suddenly covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes widened, and she looked incredulous. This household actually needs 300 taels of silver to purchase. Chapter 17, Substitute Perfume. 300 taels. How is that possible? How could the accommodation provided by the Chi camp cost so much money? Fan Shualian muttered in disbelief, then moved closer and took a closer look. There were 7 words clearly written on the wooden sign in front of the house. "The lucky house is sold for 300 taels." Then Fan Shualian's expression suddenly became very ugly, and she turned down her lips in anger. After seeing this, Fang Quibing lowered his head and thought for a moment, then glanced to his side and saw an old man walking towards him carrying 2 buckets of water, so he smiled and went to greet him. They wanted to ask something, but they didn't expect that the old man saw that they were from outside the place, and he just carried the bucket of water into the house without even looking up and closed the door. Fang Quibing was turned away and was confused. He always felt that the people here were a little strange. Then he touched his chin with his hand. Seeing that there were so many people on the street, he didn't believe that he couldn't get any information from them. "So I asked 3 or 4 people in succession, but still didn't get any valuable answers." Just as they were confused, a woodcutter walked over slowly, saw them hesitating, and came forward to ask. You guys want to buy a house? Are you also a relative of the Chi camp? After hearing this, Fang Quibing hurried forward to block his way and asked with a smile, My dear, we do have this intention, but what I don't understand is that aren't all the houses here provided by the Chi camp? Why do we need so much silver? After hearing this, the woodcutter's eyes rolled up inadvertently and his brows furrowed. I thought you were locals, but you are from outside. I'm sorry I can't keep you company. Goodbye. Fang Quibing was puzzled by the woodcutter's behavior. Could it be that the residents of Wancheng had some secret? Why were they so hostile to outsiders? Seeing this, Fan Shualian impatiently drew her sword, blocked the man again, and showed the military badge on her waist. I am from the Chi camp. My master asked you a question, why are you hesitating? Could it be that your Wancheng is hiding some unspeakable secret? After the woodcutter saw the military badge, his attitude obviously changed and he quickly smiled. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I thought you were here to steal the new silk, but it turns out you are brothers from the Chi camp. I apologize for my rashness. The woodcutter put the wood behind him on the ground and pointed at the residents in front of them. These residents actually. Only after the woodcutter's explanation did they know. They are not hostile to outsiders, but they are really afraid that their secrets will be known by outsiders and then they will have bad intentions. The reason why the people in Wancheng wrap themselves in heavy gauze is because there is a very unique craft in their city. The clothes on these people have the miraculous effect of keeping them warm in winter and cool in summer. The material needed to make these clothes is the new silk he just mentioned. The more you wear in summer, the cooler you will be. In winter, they only need a layer of heavy gauze to keep out the endless cold. After hearing what the woodcutter said, Fang Quibing frowned and looked at it carefully. The woodcutter was only wearing an ordinary chopping suit with so many patches on it, which was nothing like what he said. Seeing this, the woodcutter hurriedly explained, Hey, don't stare at me. You know, this piece of clothing costs 50 taels of silver. I have been chopping wood in the mountains for so many years, and I can only afford one piece, and I also gave it to my wife at home. After hearing this, Fan Shuejiao's eyes widened in surprise. 50 taels. That's enough for our family's food expenses for several months. After Fang Quibing heard this, he was secretly calculating in his mind. The so-called clothes that are warm in winter and cool in summer are not uncommon in modern society, but what material is it that makes it cooler the more you wear it? New silk. How come I have never heard of it? If such clothes existed, how could no one make them in modern society? After thinking about it, Fang Quibing continued to ask curiously, Young man, can you take out this kind of clothes and let me see it? At the same time, Fan Shuejiao and the others also came over, each wanting to feast their eyes. But Bai Yurou, who was sitting in the carriage, suddenly spoke. The thin and heavy yarn is the characteristic of the new silk. It isolates the circulation of hot air from the outside, thus reducing its own heat. The clothes I'm wearing now were bought for me by my mother. She said she spent a lot of money on them. Later I asked the seller and he said it must have been made by them. After saying that, Bai Yurou slowly walked down from the carriage, tucked her right hand into her sleeve, raised her cuff and held it in front of Fang Quibing. After hearing this, Fang Quibing hurried over, lifted her sleeve, looked at it for a long time, touched it for a long time, and then he suddenly realized. The ancients were truly intelligent to have come up with such an idea. The clothes that Yurou wore were divided into 3 layers. The first layer felt as light as a cicadar's wing, probably because it was designed to fit the wearer's skin. The second layer felt a little cold, probably because it was made of ice silk. Although the third layer felt a little thick, a closer look would reveal that the third layer was actually designed to lock in the coolness of the second layer, thereby controlling the body temperature for a long time. So the more you wear, the cooler you feel. But this kind of clothes is too complicated to wear, and it requires so much silver, which is really a waste of money. Then he turned his head to look at the woodcutter in front of him and asked in confusion, Let's not talk about the clothes for now, why does the accommodation distributed by the Chi camp require so much silver? Does this young man live here too? After hearing this, the woodcutter was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the wooden sign and couldn't help but sigh. Well, I know this family. The accommodation provided by the Chi camp only costs 20 taels of silver. However, this household is different. I heard that their daughter has a strange disease. It's okay in the winter, but in the summer, their daughter's body will emit a strange odor. Many doctors came and didn't know where to start. But a few days ago, I heard that there was someone who could cure this disease, but it would cost 300 taels, and her family didn't have that much money, so they had no choice but to sell their house and offered a sky-high price. After saying this, the woodcutter simply smiled and turned away. Fang Quibing felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that this person and Yurou have the same body odor? So he turned his attention back to Bai Yurou. Yurou, is the sulfur soap I made for you last time still on your body? Bai Yurou knew what he meant, so she took out something wrapped in oil paper from her waist, which contained sulfur soap. Fang Quibing smiled when she saw this. I have already heard what the woodcutter said just now. The disease he mentioned is the same as the disease Sister Yurou had before. Now, as long as we can see the daughter of their family, everything will be easy. Seeing her speaking so recklessly, Fang Quibing poked her with her elbow. Fang Quibing finally reacted and quickly said to Bai Yurou, Sister Yurou, that's not what I meant. No need to say more, everyone already knows about my illness, it's nothing. Then he turned around and got on the carriage again with a look of indifference on his face. Fang Quibing looked at the sulfur soap in his hand and kept wondering. Right now we only have this piece of sulfur soap, and Shuadian said that sulfur is a contraband. If we want to make another one, where can we find the sulfur stone? If the girl that the woodcutter just mentioned really has the same disease as Yurou, what should Yurou do if this sulfur soap is given to her? Do you want to let your wife suffer for an outsider? But if I don't give her the sulfur soap, what will I do with the housing in Waning? He was so conflicted that he suddenly felt the pain in his wound becoming more and more intense, so he sat down on the ground with his brows furrowed. No. Sulfur soap cannot be handed over to anyone. It is August now, and autumn and winter are not far away. The smell of body odor should not be too strong. How about getting a substitute? Besides sulfur soap, is there any other way to remove body odor? Seeing Fang Quibing so depressed, Fang Quibing and Fang Quibing also sat beside him. Master, do you not want to hand over the sulfur soap? I think we should just forget it. We should think of other ways. There is always a way out. We can't live here. Let's go to another place. Sister, you are absolutely right. After all, we are all family. How can we give sulfur soap to others for no reason? Fang Quibing was accustomed to Fang Quibing's words. As the eldest sister of the Fan family, it was normal for her to have such views. But what surprised him was Quibing. When I first met her, she looked so weak and delicate, and was even a little shy to look at herself. But now she has become so generous and has learned to analyze problems. He touched their hands and sighed. Then he looked up. It's getting late, this family will show up sooner or later, let's talk about it after they come back. Seeing how affectionate they were, Fang Quibing suddenly felt jealous. She strode over and sat down between Fang Quibing and Fang Quibing. With a pout, he said to Fang Quibing, Master, if there is really no other way, the sulfur soap must not be handed over. At worst, I can go find the camp of the Qi camp. I think the camp commander named Yumai will help us to some extent. Fang Quibing's impulsive personality remained unchanged, but her natural optimism made her quite likable. However, Fang Quibing didn't even consider the matter of sulfur soap now. Instead, we are considering its replacement. Looking back to before I traveled through time, there was actually another way to treat body odor, but this method was more like trying to cover up the truth, and I didn't know if it would be exposed. And that method is perfume. The disease of body odor is nothing more than a problem with the sweat glands. When it is hot or when the body is sweating, the strange smell will be more severe. It's the same smell, but strong perfume can cover it up temporarily. However, this method is more of a self-deception than a cure. Once the scent of the perfume wears off, the smell of body odor will return. But this is the only way we can do under the current circumstances. There is no other way. The worst that can happen is that we can spend some time to make the scent of the perfume last longer. Fang Quibing then slowly stood up, thought for a moment and said softly to Fang Quibing, Quibing, how much silver do you have on you? Chapter 18 Liang Yuxing and his daughter. Fang Quibing felt into her arms and then took out a purse. We didn't spend much on this trip, so we should still have 60 taels in it. Master, what are you going to do? Fang Quibing thought for a moment and tapped his chin with 2 fingers. 60 taels. Then he whispered to Fang Quibing, go to the city to buy some things and see if there are any small taverns. We have been walking all the way and no one has eaten yet. We have to find a place to fill our stomachs. We are waiting for you here to see if we can meet the owner of this house. Then Fang Quibing came to the side of the carriage, took out a piece of paper and a pen from the package, wrote down what he wanted to buy, and handed it to her. Fan Shuajiao took it and looked at it, then asked in confusion, "Master, these are all spices written on it, what are they used for?" Fang Quibing glanced at Bai Yurou in the carriage, then smiled faintly. "You go buy it first. Whether the things above are useful or not, we have to wait for the owner of this house to come back to confirm." After hearing this, Fan Shuajiao frowned, scratched her head in confusion, muttered something about what she wanted to buy, and slowly walked away. After about half an hour, Fan Shualian became impatient waiting there and was about to leave with her sword in hand, but Fan Shuamei stopped her. "Third sister, where are you going? The master has said to wait where we are." Fan Shualian glanced at him, a hint of anxiety on her fair face. Looking back, he saw Fang Quibing standing there motionless, his head bowed in deep thought. He sighed, "I've been waiting here for so long. Can't you see that the sun is about to set? Instead of waiting here foolishly, why not go to the Qi camp and ask the camp commander Yumai to help us?" At this time, Fang Quibing was getting a little anxious. If the owner of the house didn't show up, he might have to stay in an inn in the city today. But the silver he had with him was limited. After all, they were coming here to settle down and live. He didn't know how much it would cost to stay in an inn with so many people. Just then, a powerful horse neigh attracted their attention. Two tall dark horses were carrying a square carriage behind them. Although the doors were made of ordinary wood, a pair of phoenix-like birds were inlaid on the door frames on both sides. Looking at their own carriages, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as horrible in comparison. Seeing this, Fan Shualian and Fan Shuamei took a few steps back. The driver took out a stool from the carriage and placed it on the ground, and then a middle-aged man got out of the carriage. The man was wearing a brown gown and looked very ordinary at first glance. "Who are you? Why at my doorstep?" When Fan Shualian heard this, she realized that he was indeed the owner of the house, so she walked over in 2 steps. Just as she was about to speak, she was stopped by Fan Shuamei. "Shualian, don't be rash. The master hasn't asked any questions yet." After careful observation, Fang Quibing thought to himself, "It's such a hot day, but this person is wearing a long gown. Although it looks heavy, it can be seen that he must be wearing new silk fabric underneath the gown. He was wrapped so tightly, and I don't know how many layers he wore underneath. A piece of new silk clothing cost 50 taels. I guess this man must be quite wealthy. But how could such a wealthy man not even have 300 taels to spare?" Then he raised his hands and smiled. "Oh, we are outsiders who have just arrived in the city, and my wife is a soldier of the Qi camp. I heard that this area is where the Qi camp distributes accommodation. So I came here to take a look, and by chance I found that this lucky house was for sale, but the occupant was not there, so we wanted to wait here and see if we could get the owner to come over to talk and see if we could be more courteous to each other." After Fang Quibing finished speaking, the middle-aged man walked around him and smiled disdainfully at him, seeing that he was dressed like a farmer. "Be more courteous. I'm sorry, this is the price of my house. If you can't afford it, please look for another place." The middle-aged man spoke rudely, which made Fan Shualian very angry. She had waited for such a long time, but received such a cold and disdainful answer. Then he went up to argue with him. Seeing that he was so arrogant, Fang Quibing decided not to bother with him anymore, so he stood up, put his hands down, and fixed his eyes on the carriage. Noticing that there seemed to be another person behind the car door, he narrowed his eyes and his eyebrows moved slightly. "Sir, the houses in the Qi camp are all allocated to soldiers. You've raised the price so high. Aren't you afraid that my wife will sue you in the camp? Besides, you are also trying to cure your daughter's illness, so don't be too confident." After hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. His face instantly became stiff and his eyes were so sharp that he seemed to want to eat Fang Quibing alive. At this moment, a slight noise came from inside the carriage. Fang Quibing saw that his reaction was so dramatic and was most likely suffering from body odor. He knew that if this disease was mentioned to men, it would be embarrassing for women. However, if he didn't say it, the man in front of him would not give him a chance to speak. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and waved his sleeves behind him. The servant driving the carriage immediately took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Fang Quibing straight in front of him. How can I, Liang Yushin, tolerate your nonsense? Upon seeing this, Fan Shuilian drew her sword without hesitation. Her technique was so skillful that she knocked the dagger from the coachman's hand to the ground in an instant and put the sword to his neck. You still want to touch my master? Why don't you open your eyes and see that you dare to touch the soldiers of the Qi camp? You really don't want to live anymore. After saying that, he showed his military badge again. But Liang Yushin was not afraid at all, and Fang Quibing had already told him Fan Shuilian's identity. Liang Yushin looked at Fang Quibing fiercely and whispered, "Why don't you ask me what my position is in Wanchen? You actually used the Qi camp to pressure me, do you think I would be afraid?" Seeing that he was so arrogant, Fang Quibing knew that his background must be extraordinary, so he waved at Fan Shuilian, signaling her to put down the sword first. Then he looked at him again. "We just arrived here and just want to find a place to stay. We are not trying to cause trouble. However, if you really want to sell this house, the price is a bit too outrageous. I know your daughter is in urgent need of medical treatment, but you can't just go to random doctors. If I can cure your daughter's illness, can you let her go?" Fang Quibing's words made Liang Yushin stunned for a moment. He frowned and stared for a long time. Seeing that Fang Quibing in front of him did not look like a doctor, he asked half doubtfully, "Are you a doctor? Or a wandering doctor? How dare you say such arrogant words? Do you know that my daughter's illness is beyond the reach of all the doctors in Wanchen, and how can you do that?" Fang Quibing knew he would ask this question. It was exactly the same as Mrs. Liang's reaction at Fan's house that day. "If you don't believe me, we can sign a document. If I can't cure it, my wives and I will not only leave immediately, but I will also kneel down and admit my mistake in front of you. But if I am cured, you have to give us this house for free, is that okay?" After hearing what he said, Fan Shuilian and Fan Shuamei hurriedly walked behind him and whispered, "Master, don't be impulsive. We still don't know if his daughter has the same disease as Yurou. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to bet with him so rashly." After hearing this, Fang Quibing first smiled, then raised his chin and looked towards the carriage. Fan Shuilian felt a sinking feeling in her heart when she saw this. Could it be that this daughter named Liang Yushin is in the carriage? Then he jumped into the carriage without saying a word, opened the door, and sure enough, there was a girl sitting inside. And the moment she opened the car door, the familiar stench suddenly hit her in the face. Fan Shuilian was choked and quickly jumped off the carriage and nodded at Fan Shuamei and Fang Quibing. At the same time, Bai Yurou, who was sitting in her own carriage, also covered her nose with her hands. Out of politeness, Fang Quibing held his breath and did not move. This girl's body odor is even worse than Yurou's. I hope Xue Jiao can buy what I want. Seeing this, Liang Yushin shouted angrily, "How dare you? How dare you jump onto my carriage and open the door for no reason? Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Fang Quibing hurriedly raised his hands again and said to Liang Yushin with a serious face, "I can indeed cure your daughter's disease. It depends on whether you give me this opportunity." Just as Liang Yushin was hesitating, Fan Shuajiao also rushed back. He held a bunch of big and small bags in his hands. When Fang Quibing saw this, he curled the corners of his mouth slightly and hurried over to meet him. "Shuajiao, have you bought them all?" Fan Shuajiao nodded vigorously, pointed at Liang Yushin and the carriage and asked, "Master, have you waited for the owner?" Liang Yushin glanced at it with disdain and thought for a moment. At this time, the woman sitting in the carriage slowly walked out of the carriage. Although she was full of body odor, her appearance was still acceptable. However, compared with the ladies in her family, she was a little ordinary. She nodded politely at first, and then spoke softly. "Sir, can you really cure my strange disease?" Fang Quibing took the things Fan Shuajiao bought and looked at them, then turned sideways and said to Liang Yushin, "Whether it can be cured still needs your father's approval. It's not something you and I can decide." Fan Shuajiao saw it, curious and a little worried. She inadvertently covered her mouth and nose with her hands and walked to Fan Shuilian's side and asked softly, "What happened just now? Why does this girl have a kind of?" Fan Shuajiao had just asked half of the question when she saw the girl suddenly walk quickly up to her father. "Dad, why not give it a try? If this young master could really cure me, you wouldn't have to hide everywhere. As the parent official of Wanchen, you neglected your official duties because of me. If the Phoenix Lord knew about it, what would you do?" Chapter 19, Night Tour of the Medical Doctor with Liang Yushin. Liang Yushin was a little surprised by his daughter's words. He didn't expect that his daughter had been worrying about him. You. Fang Quibing and his wives were even more shocked. It turned out that this Liang Yuxing was the prefect of Wanqing government, in charge of all the affairs of Wanqing. However, because of his daughter's strange disease, she has been suffering since she was born. For 11 years, he has been worrying about how to get rid of her body odor every day, and he has even spent all his family wealth because of this. Over time, he became slack in his government affairs, to the extent that in Wanqing, whenever Liang Yuxing was mentioned, people had different opinions about him, and it was difficult to distinguish between the good and the bad. After Fang Quibing learned all this, he felt inexplicably sad. Such a local official was actually tortured by body odor. But Liang Yuxing's daughter Liang Yuyu is very strong. Ever since she knew she had this disease since she was a child, she never complained, but lived a more positive life. When she was studying in a private school, she was often verbally abused and insulted by other students. Even the teacher would stay half a meter away from her every day and never have close contact with her. She also wanted to cure her illness as soon as possible, but all the doctors were helpless over time, so she gradually lost this desire. Until one day, a traveling doctor came to the city and said he could cure the disease. At first, the father and daughter did not believe it, but they never thought that there were some people in the city who had the disease and were cured by this traveling doctor. So Liang Yuxing found him, and learned that it would cost 300 taels to treat the disease. This amount of money was easy for Liang Yuxing to afford before, but now his daughter's illness has almost emptied his savings. What's more, he is an official in Daxing, and it would be inconvenient for him to borrow money from outside. In desperation, he could only sell his house at a sky-high price. But his old house was under the jurisdiction of their Qi camp. If he wanted to sell it at a high price, he had to get Sichu Yang's consent. So he requested it in every possible way, and Sichu Yang finally agreed to it, but with one condition, that is, the selling price could only be maintained for half a month. After half a month, if their house is not sold, the price must be changed back to the original price. Okay. Then I'll let you give it a try. Come in. Liang Yuxing sighed, first asked the servants behind him to simply pack up his carriage, and then pushed the door open and walked in. Although it was a distributed residence, the furnishings in the house were quite exquisite. After pushing open the door, what comes into view is a simple courtyard. On the left side of the courtyard is a vegetable field, and on the right side is a trough for feeding horses. Going further forward is the main hall. There are two rooms on both sides of the main hall, one is the master bedroom and the other is the side bedroom. Although the structure of Wanqing residence is roughly the same as that of Yongle City, there are also some differences. This is the kitchen. In Yongle City, the kitchen is usually behind the main hall, but in this house, the kitchen is behind the side bedroom. Fan Shuolian and Fan Shuame watched with great interest. Seeing that there was a square stone table in the yard, I couldn't help but feel curious. I put my hands on the lower side, thinking that it was movable, but I didn't expect that it was a square stone table that was integrated with the ground. Liang Yu smiled at first, and then explained softly, in Wanqing, every household is like this. The so-called round sky and square earth, although it is a small mansion, it contains a lot of wisdom of the ancients. Fan Shuolian curled her lips and muttered disapprovingly. What ancient wisdom? This kind of table is fine in summer, but if you sit next to it in winter, you will freeze to death. Then they came to the main hall. After they sat down, Fang Quibing found that Liang Yuxing was sitting with his daughter. Looking at the main seat in the main hall, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Fan Shuojia seemed to have noticed something wrong, so she leaned closer to Fang Quibing and asked quietly, Master, why doesn't Liang Yuxing sit on the main seat, but sits on the same level with us? Liang Yuxing seemed to have heard her question, and said with a very serious expression, Anqing is the birthplace of the Daxing Fengzhu, so here, as long as there is a woman in the family, no matter if it is a daughter or a wife, men are not allowed to sit on the main seat. After hearing this, Fang Quibing raised his eyebrows. The terrain of Yongle City is sunken, and Lord Feng built Wanqing here. It turns out that it was because her hometown was here. No wonder. At the same time, Bai Yurou, who was sitting at the door of the main hall, was still unhappy. She kept looking at Liang Yuyu and seemed to be very interested in her. Perhaps it was because this person shared the same suffering as her and felt sorry for her, so after a while she stood up on her own initiative. Just as he was about to take the sulfur soap out of his arms, Fan Shuolian pushed him down and whispered in her ear, "You Ru, I know what you want to do, but this sulfur soap was made by the master himself for you, how can you give it to others?" Since the master can heal you, he can definitely heal her, so don't worry about it. After hearing this, Bai Yurou said nothing but just sighed softly. Seeing this, Liang Yu first looked at her carefully, then frowned. Out of curiosity, she wanted to ask, but after all, she was a guest in the house, and the other party didn't say anything. As a woman, she didn't dare to speak, so she turned her attention back to Fang Quibing. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang Yuxing patted his daughter's hand and stood up. Looking at Fang Quibing across from him, he asked, "Since you guys have come in, I won't waste any more words. You said you could cure my daughter's illness, how exactly do you do it?" After hearing this, Fang Quibing thought about it seriously, and recalled what they had just said at the door. He couldn't help but feel curious, so he put his hands forward and responded respectfully, "Sir, you just said that there is someone who can cure your daughter's illness, and you want 300 taels. I really want to go and see him. I wonder if you can introduce me to someone." Introduction. If you can cure it, do it quickly. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I think you are just stalling for time. You want to see how others treat it. Do you want to learn it right away? Fang Quibing was about to answer when Fan Shualian, who was impatient, couldn't help herself and stood up with a bang. Just as he was about to argue with him, Fang Quibing stopped him. "Shualian, this is the governor's house, don't be rude. Sit down." Then he smiled and said to Liang Yuxing, "Sir, your daughter's illness doesn't require that much money. I just want to see if the man you're talking about is a liar. If he's not a liar, why would he charge such a high price for treatment? Is there any better remedy? If there really is a secret remedy, it would be fine for you to let him treat it, but if he is really a liar, as the governor of a city, wouldn't it be a good opportunity for you to get rid of this evil for the people?" Fang Quibing's words made Liang Yuxing unable to refute for a moment, so he took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. "Well, since you want to see it so much, I'll take you there." Then he turned and looked at his daughter. "You, just stay at home for a while and wait for me to come back. If you are hungry, ask the servants to prepare the meal first. You don't have to wait for me." After saying that, he walked out. Fang Quibing and his wives followed closely behind. "Master, why do you insist on going to see it? Could it be that you know this person?" Fan Shuamei asked curiously. The most important reason why Fang Quibing did this was to delay time. Because among the spices that Fan Shuajiao bought, the fragrance of the flower petals needs a long time to settle. If you rush it, these so-called floral scents will not fully exert their effects, and the perfume made in this way will have no effect at all. So he came up with this idea, using this time to let the floral scent fully settle so that the finished product can be made quickly. The evening in Wanqing is very ordinary, not a bit worse than that in Yongle City. Although there is a unique clothing making skill, that's all. There were 5 of them in total, and they thought that one carriage could not accommodate them. However, they did not expect that even though Liang Yuxing's carriage had 5 people in it, it did not feel crowded at all, but rather very spacious. At this time, Bai Yurou, who was sitting by the car window, still looked bitter and resentful. Fang Quibing couldn't understand, was Bai Yurou going to be like this for the rest of her life? Among his 5 wives, only Bai Yurou gave him a headache. So he moved closer, looked at Bai Yurou and asked softly, "Yurou, why do you always look so gloomy? I don't mean to have so many wives. Are you going to ignore me because of this?" Seeing this, Fan Shuamei glanced at it, then tugged at Fang Quibing's sleeve. "Sister Yurou probably still hasn't adapted yet. Master, don't worry. Maybe she'll be fine after a while." Liang Yuxing sat in the front row and sneered disdainfully at the women around Fang Quibing. Although Daxing has a clear rule that a family with multiple daughters can marry multiple daughters, although it seems quite good, with so many wives sleeping with you every day, it also has a bad side. If the family is harmonious, it's fine. But if there's one person who makes trouble, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Liang Yuxing's sarcasm made Fan Shualian very angry. Who do you think is worrying? A city governor who has no skills and can only hang around his daughter. You are quite good at making indirect accusations. I will argue with you today. Seeing how excited she was, Fan Shualian pulled her back. "Shualian, I've told you so many times. Don't make trouble before the master says anything, why don't you listen?" "But sister." Although Fang Quibing was very polite and knew what was important and what was not, since they were married, how could he let his wife suffer any injustice? It might have been okay once or twice, but Liang Yushin kept saying bad things about himself and his wife, which was really unbearable. Then he threw his sleeves, his expression immediately became extremely sharp, pointed his finger out the window and said softly, "Your Excellency the Governor should know the status of women in Daxing. If you continue to speak wildly and insult my wife, I will not be polite." A galloping carriage, a gloomy grey sky, and a person falling out of the carriage, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Your Excellency wants to give it a try. Liang Yushin's heart trembled at what he said, and he couldn't help but glance out the window. Then he took a breath of cold air. Chapter 20 Liar. Looking at Fang Quibing's angry and embarrassed expression, Liang Yushin gradually lowered his head. After a while, the carriage stopped with the sound of horses neighing. Fang Quibing's wives jumped out first, and then Fan Shuajiao and Fan Shuamei raised their arms to help Fang Quibing down. Liang Yushin was the only one left standing at the edge of the carriage without moving. "Why don't you come down?" Fan Shualian asked curiously. Fang Quibing took a glance and thought to himself, the plane of this carriage is only a few inches above the ground. It's ironic that he can't even get off the carriage without a servant handing him a stool. So he walked forward without looking back, and said loudly to Fan Shualian beside him, "Some people are too spoiled, and they have difficulty moving without anyone to serve them. Let's go to the front and wait for him." But what Fang Quibing didn't know was that Liang Yushin was not who he thought. Many years ago, he had been traveling around for a long time for his daughter's illness, which caused his right leg to be severely infected with rheumatism. If he was not careful, it would cause leg disease. So Liang Yushin had to be so cautious and careful. "Young man, could you help me pull the carriage to a dark place? There are so many people passing by, and it would be inconvenient for the carriage to be lying across the road. Sorry for the trouble." Fang Quibing looked back and saw that Liang Yushin was so considerate of others, and he couldn't help feeling a little hesitant. What kind of person is Liang Yushin? Why are his actions so inconsistent? It's so weird. At the same time, behind Fang Quibing, Fan Shuajiao and others suddenly jumped up happily, which scared Fang Quibing. Fan Shuajiao pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look! Wishing lanterns! I've never seen it in Yongle City. I didn't expect to see it here now, it's so beautiful." Fang Quibing looked up when he heard the sound and saw paper lanterns of different colors rising slowly. The sky illuminated by the sunset and these colorful paper lanterns looked so gorgeous and dreamy. This made Fang Quibing recall his childhood in his previous life. His father always took him to the playground to fly kites on weekends. The warm scene made him feel emotional and confused. "Master! Look, there's a fire-breathing juggler over there." Fan Shuamei kept clapping her hands. To them, it seemed that these scenes were something they had never seen before. Seeing Bai Yurou still standing there stiffly, Fang Quibing walked over. "How can you be so calm? Look how happy they are." Bai Yurou slowly raised her head to look at the sky, closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "You may not know much about Yongle City. You won't see such a lively scene in Yongle City. The Phoenix Lord doesn't like lively scenes. You won't see it even during the Mid-Autumn Festival or the New Year. So your ladies are of course very excited to see this scene. Then why can't you be happy?" This was the first time Fang Quibing heard Bai Yurou say so many words. "Have you ever seen such a scene?" After hearing this, Bai Yurou lowered her head again, looked sideways at the happy faces of Fan Shuajiao and the others, and sighed. "I didn't mean to do that, I was just worried about my mother. Now I am following you and your wife like this with nothing to do, but what will happen to her at this moment? I have no idea, how can you make me happy?" Then he turned and walked towards the carriage. "I'll go back and sit for a while." When Fang Quibing saw her leaving, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. He didn't know how to tell her about Bai Yurou's mother, but he couldn't just keep watching her like this. "Hey! What are you still standing there for? Don't go see that itinerant doctor. He's just in front." A dull voice broke Fang Quibing's meditation. Looking around, he saw Liang Yushin and his wives had walked several meters away. Fang Quibing followed a few steps and saw that the street in front of him was so lively, so he asked curiously, "Why is this street so lively today? Is there any happy event? Or what festival is today?" Facing Fang Quibing's question, Liang Yushin folded his sleeves and said expressionlessly, "It's not a happy event, nor an important festival. It's just that in Waning, at this time, the people will come out to relax, and the majority of them are men." After Fang Quibing listened, he was startled for a moment, and then looked around him. It was true as he said, the people around him were all men. Could it be? Yes, it's exactly what you thought. Wanqing is the birthplace of Phoenix Lord, and women's rights are clearly reflected here. It's not easy for a man during the day. He has to come out to play at night, so he looks like this now. Over time, it became a custom in Wanqing. After that, he took a few steps to the right and pointed to the door in front of him. And this is the traveling doctor I mentioned. After Fang Quibing listened, he hurried over and took a closer look. In front of this house, there is an upright plaque placed between two stones. It says, "I'm a doctor for the sake of $300. So that's how the 300 taels came from. It seems that this traveling doctor must be quite capable. So without saying a word, he walked up the stairs and was about to knock on the door, but was pulled back by Liang Yushin. As the saying goes, don't knock on the door after noon, and don't visit after late at night. If you knock, what will this itinerant doctor think of me? You don't even know the most basic etiquette. Are you not from Daxing? After hearing this, Fang Quibing's eyes widened immediately. No knocking after noon, no visiting after night. No wonder the door outside the Fan family's courtyard is always open. It turns out that they are afraid that visitors will not dare to come in due to etiquette. So he took a half step back and asked doubtfully, then how can we meet him if we don't knock on the door? Don't you forget the purpose of your visit. As night fell, Fang Quibing's wounds began to ache again and he couldn't help but tremble. Although the attentive Fan Shuemei had been appreciating the local customs and practices around her, she also paid special attention to her master's every move. Noticing his face suddenly turn pale, she hurried over. Master, what's wrong with you? Is the wound hurting again? Fang Quibing was afraid that Liang Yushin would cause trouble after knowing this, so he waved his hand and said, "It's okay." He lowered his head and thought for a long time. As a prefect, how could he ignore such etiquette? After repeated consideration, he decided to wait. The carriage is parked just opposite. Let's go there and wait. It's so busy outside, I think the itinerant doctor will come out for a walk. After hearing this, Fang Quibing nodded successively, but just as he was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by Fan Shuelian's shout. Master! Come here quickly, there are shadow puppets here. Fang Quibing endured the pain from the wound on his body, gritted his teeth and responded loudly, I won't go, you guys go play first. Seeing this, Fan Shuemei wanted to call her eldest sister and third sister over, but was stopped by Fang Quibing. Let them go. Let them know what I am like now and they will worry about me again. Liang Yushin doesn't know that I'm injured yet. Let's talk about it after I see that itinerant doctor. They waited for more than an hour, but there was still no movement in the traveling doctor's house opposite. Fang Quibing frowned, sweat beads pouring down his forehead. At this time, Fan Shuelian and Fan Shuejiao also came over. Fan Shuelian was holding a small candy figure in her hand, and she handed it to him with a grin. But Fang Quibing was reluctant to raise his hand to take it. Fan Shuelian smiled puzzledly and asked, Master, don't you like it? Seeing this, Fan Shuemei knew that her master was in a bad mood and had no mood at all, so she took the candy man for him. Just as she was about to speak, Liang Yushin suddenly whispered, "He's out." After hearing this, Fang Quibing looked up suddenly and saw an old man walking out of the house. So he gritted his teeth, endured the burning sensation of the wound, and slowly walked over. While Fan Shuelian was not paying attention, she snatched the candy man back and said, I bought this for my master. What are you doing with it? Sir, please stay. Liang Yushin shouted loudly from a distance. The old man was stunned for a moment, then he turned his head to glance, and when he saw it was Governor Liang, he quickly bowed with his hands clasped and replied. It's Sir Liang. Is there something urgent going on so late at night? Still. Before Liang Yushin could finish, he immediately said with a smile, Sir, 300 taels is not a small amount. You have to give me some time, right? After hearing this, the old man gradually narrowed his eyes, and the evil intent in his eyes was clearly visible. Liang Taisho, as the lord of a city, you can't even come up with a mere 300 taels. I am a traveling doctor, so I will not stay in Wanqing for long. If Governor Liang wants to treat your daughter as soon as possible, please hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Liang Yushin knew that this would be the consequence. He looked at Fang Quibing, snorted coldly, and turned to walk towards the carriage. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Fang Quibing hurriedly called the old man, took half a step forward, and looked at him carefully. Although it was dark, his hands were so white and tender. As a doctor, he had touched thousands of medicinal herbs. Even if he washed his hands frequently, he could not avoid the corrosiveness of some medicinal herbs. It was not modern times with all kinds of protective measures. How could his hands be intact? And the smell on his body was not the smell a doctor should have. Although he was not a doctor, the smell on this person was very ordinary. Not only was there no smell of Chinese medicine, there was not even any smell of disinfection. Even in ancient times, when giving acupuncture to someone, they had to wait until the needle was disinfected before starting. Could it be that this person took a bath before going out at night? Who are you? The old man couldn't help but frown, his eyes flickering back and forth, as if he was deliberately dodging. Can you cure the disease of body odor? Certainly. This disease is nothing more than. The old man wanted to explain, but suddenly he was speechless. After rolling his eyes, he seemed to have thought of something. He pointed to his house and said in a panic, "It's getting late. I have a slight cold. Let me go in and get some clothes first." After saying that, he was about to squeeze past Fang Quibing. But Fan Shuilian immediately drew her sword against him. Body odor can be cured, but it requires surgery. Just you. You said you had a slight cold. I think you just want to take this opportunity to go back and look up some medical books, right? You're a liar. Fang Quibing's words, liar, frightened the old man so much that he tried to run away, but Fan Shuilian held him firmly under her sword. Chapter 21 Fainting with Blood. What on earth are you going to do? The old man was frightened by Fan Shuilian and his whole body was shaking. His pupils kept dilating and his face kept twitching. Fan Shuilian glanced at him with disdain at his cowardly appearance. I thought you were such a great man, but you're just a swindler. This is Waning, General Sichu's territory. You dare to lie to me? I think you don't want to live anymore. After saying that, he brought the sword in his hand half an inch closer. Because he was too nervous, his body swayed and his neck was cut, with a few drops of blood flowing out. Seeing this, the old man waved his hands hurriedly, his face suddenly turned pale, and his lips turned from red to purple. Etc. What makes you say I'm a liar? Just based on what he said. Fang Quibing felt a sinking feeling in his heart after seeing his series of reactions. Is this person afraid of blood? Fan Shuijiao snorted even more coldly. Now that the sword is at your neck, you still dare not admit it, third sister. Don't be lenient, just drag him to see the officials, or bring him to General Sichu. That is. Fan Shuimei also echoed, but Liang Yuxing on the side did not say a word. Fang Quibing let out a long sigh and looked at Liang Yuxing beside him. He knew very well that the reason why he became like this was because this traveling doctor was his only hope at the moment. Now that he knew that he was a liar, the sense of loss and helplessness in his heart made him unable to say anything. But this liar still held onto his luck. Although his body showed fear, he was very unconvinced in his heart. I saw his eyes roll around, and then he shouted loudly. Hey! Everyone, come and look! Someone is committing a crime in public. Is there anyone who can help? Hello. Seeing him like this, Fan Shuilian slid in front of him to block his view, and said viciously, if you dare to shout again, I will kill you. At this moment, a group of people had gathered around them. Seeing this scene, some people were terrified. Isn't this divine Dr. Li? How come someone has a sword at his neck? Yes, I went to see him a few days ago. He's a good doctor. Who are these people? Why have I never seen them before? What have I not seen before? Isn't the governor standing next to him? The onlookers said all kinds of things, and the scene was extremely noisy. Fan Shuilian wanted to tell these people their whole story loudly, but she didn't expect the liar to burst out loud. Fellow villagers, they are all from other places. They think my medical treatment is expensive and they have bad intentions. You have to make the decision for me. When the onlookers heard this, there was a sudden noise. One of the men shouted, so you are really from outside the area. I think you are here to steal our clothing making skills. You even dare to threaten Dr. Li in public. I advise you to let him go quickly. Otherwise, when Captain Yu arrives, you will be in big trouble. The captain you mentioned by this person made Fan Shuilian tighten her ears, and she whispered to Fang Quibing. Master, could this Captain Yu be Yumai? It would be a good thing if she could come. But Fang Quibing fell into deep thought. Captain Yu? Why does it feel like this matter is not that simple? Then he glanced at the liar. When it came to Captain Yu, the liar showed no fear at all. Instead, he seemed a little proud. Could it be that this person knew Yu Mai? If so, it would be troublesome. Looking at Liang Yuxing beside him, he still looked as if he had lost all hope in life. At this time, the liar Dr. Li actually laughed. Did you hear that? Captain Yu will be here soon. I advise you to release me as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late. Seeing him suddenly gloating over other people's misfortune, Fang Quibing became more certain of his thoughts, so he walked to Liang Yuxing and whispered, Sir Governor, does this man know Captain Yu? But Liang Yuxing said nothing. Sir Governor, I know you are in a bad mood right now, but the reason I want to expose this man today is that I don't want you to delay your daughter's illness. You have to believe me, I have a way to cure your daughter. Liang Yuxing looked up at him with a gloomy look after hearing what he said, then shook his head and said, Don't you just want to live in my house? And you said that you wanted to prevent my daughter's illness from being delayed, but that's all just an excuse. Fang Quibing frowned after hearing this. He knew that no one would believe such empty words, so he continued, Since the governor has said so, I have nothing to explain. To defeat rumors and distrust, you must prove it through action. It has been like this since ancient times. After hearing this, Fan Shuamei and Fan Shuajiao came over with some concern. Seeing that Fang Quibing's forehead was covered with sweat, he hurriedly asked, Master, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Your wounds haven't healed yet, so don't let anything happen to you. Fang Quibing touched their hands separately and smiled gently. I know my limits. Sense of proportion. What a joke. As soon as Fang Quibing finished speaking, a woman walked out from the crowd. She was wearing a tea-green long skirt with a pair of jade blessing amulets tied to the hem of her skirt and a green hairpin on her head, which matched her whole body. Although her eyes are not too big, they are particularly prominent because of her long eyelashes. She has a perky butt and a thin waist. On top of her 2 breasts, 2 chest pieces can be placed on her collarbone, which shows how thin she is. Fang Quibing took a closer look and realized that this was Captain Yu Meiyu, so he immediately bowed to his wives. But what puzzled Fang Quibing was that when this man appeared, except for him and his wives, everyone else did not move. Could it be that in Wancheng, there was no need to perform the etiquette of paying respects to officials? At the same time, the liar in front of Fan Shualian burst into laughter, his face full of disgust. You can't even tell Captain Yu from her sister, and you still have the nerve to call me a liar? This is really ridiculous. Let me go now. The liar's words shocked Fang Quibing and his wives. Fan Shualian looked at the woman in front of her in bewilderment, mumbling hesitantly, It turns out that Captain Yu has a twin sister. This is incredible. Although the woman looked weak, she was very tough in her behavior. Seeing how surprised they were, she took a few steps forward. This Dr. Li is definitely not a liar. I have personally seen him use acupuncture to save people. It can't be fake. What basis do you have to say that he is a liar? Do you have real evidence? If so, why not show it to us? There are so many people here, how could they be deceived by the same person for so long? Seeing this, Fan Shualian took away the sword in her hand, walked up to the woman and asked, Then how do you want to prove it? 300 taels for a medical consultation, isn't this just cheating? After hearing this, the woman looked her up and down, then glanced at the very weak Fang Quibing and smiled. Look at your shabby appearance, of course you think these 300 taels are too much. He is your husband who was demoted, right? Looking at his frail appearance, it is obvious that he is seriously ill. If you have the time to waste on the 300 taels, why not take your husband to see a doctor first? You. When Fan Shualian heard her say this, she was so angry that her teeth were itching. Seeing this, Fan Shuajiao narrowed her eyes and observed for a while, then asked coldly, Let's not talk about what the girl's relationship is with this liar. With the way she is dressed, her family should be very well off. Moreover, she has a sister who is a battalion commander. I wonder how old the girl is. The woman smiled when she heard her say that, You are still good at talking. I am not worthy of being called such a young lady. Captain Yu Meiyu is my sister, and I just turned 16 this year. What's wrong? After hearing her answer, Fan Shuajiao couldn't help but cover her face with her sleeves and laughed. This girl, should she not be married yet? You have bangs and your hair is covering your head. This is obviously the way you dress for a girl who is about to get married. You are already so old, but you are still not married. I can imagine that it must be your temper that has held you back. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, lest you be seen by others and not be able to get married. If you are laughed at by the people in the love school, you will lose face for your sister. After Fan Shuajiao finished speaking, Fan Shualian and Fan Shuamei clapped their hands at the same time. Good. Well said, elder sister. You. Miss Yu was so angry that she stamped her feet. Seeing that they were arguing fiercely, Fang Quibing hurriedly shouted something. Miss Yu, we don't mean to embarrass you, but this itinerant doctor is not really a doctor. If we continue to let him harm others, it will not be a good thing. If you really intend to protect him, we will just leave. After saying that, he turned and left. Liang Yuxing also shook his head helplessly and followed closely. Cover. Stop right there. How could I, Yu Wenru, protect him? I am just talking about the facts. If what you said is true, what evidence do you have? Fang Quibing looked back, wondering why this woman was meddling in other people's business, but he couldn't care less at the moment, so he asked the ladies behind him to stay where they were for the time being and walked over himself. Looked at the liar and thought for a moment. Miss Yu, it's easy to tell whether he's a liar or not. If you want to know, I'll prove it to you right now. After saying that, Fang Quibing took off his clothes, causing a commotion in an instant. The women watching hurriedly covered their eyes. Fan Shuamei was startled when she saw this and was about to run over but was stopped by Fan Shuajiao. Trust the master, let's not interfere. Yu Wenru saw this and shouted, "Ar! Hooligan!" The liar was even more shocked. Fang Quibing's body was covered in blood. Some of the wounds had already scabbed over, but some were still bleeding. Then he suddenly took a half step back, leaned against the door, and gasped heavily. In the blink of an eye, he fainted. Seeing this, Fang Quibing put on his clothes, pointed at the liar, turned around and said loudly to the onlookers, "As a doctor, how is it possible for you to faint at the sight of blood?" Yu Wenru was even more surprised when she saw this situation. This. How is this possible? Chapter 22. Liang Yuxing had no other choice. Yu Wenru looked at the unconscious itinerant doctor and didn't know how to respond for a moment, and the people around him exclaimed in surprise. Fang Quibing didn't say much when he saw this. He turned around to look at Liang Yuxing behind him and walked over. "Sir Governor, you have seen it too. If you hand your daughter over to a fake like this, wouldn't that delay her condition?" Liang Yuxing took a deep breath, looked at the liar who had fainted on the steps, and shook his head helplessly. Then he walked slowly towards the carriage. Fan Shuajiao and Fan Shuamei hurriedly supported Fang Quibing on their arms and asked, "Master, your injuries can't withstand your torture." Fang Quibing waved his hands, lowered his head, took a deep breath, and smiled at them. "It's okay, I just moved a little too much and stretched the wound, it's okay." When Yu Wenru saw them leaving, she turned around and yelled, "Stop! You guys are just leaving like this." Seeing Fang Quibing in such pain, Fan Shualian felt very sad. Then she heard the woman still chattering away, and she turned around and yelled in frustration, "What are you yelling about? Now that the liar has fainted, what else do you want?" As Captain Yu's sister, she is so confused about right and wrong. Shame on Captain Yu. Fang Quibing knew Fan Shualian's hot-tempered personality and wanted to stop her, but he was too late. So he stopped and turned his head slightly to whisper something to Yu Wenru behind him. "Miss Yu, what else do you want me to do?" If it had been before, Yu Wenru would have fought with Fan Shualian to the end without any hesitation, but after all, she had misjudged the person, and no matter what, she was the one who made the mistake first, so she did not argue with Fan Shualian anymore. Looking at Fang Quibing's weak appearance, she slowly put her hands behind her back and sighed. "I know you are right, but even if that person is a liar, how can you prove that you are not a liar? Why did you come here tonight to cause trouble for this liar? What exactly do you want to do?" After hearing this, Fang Quibing first tightened his ears, then raised his hands and signaled Fan Shuamei and Fan Shuajiao not to worry, and he slowly walked to Yu Wenru. "Then why did Miss Yu try so hard to protect that liar just now?" This. Yu Wenru slowly lowered her head and placed her hands in front of her body, crossing her hands together, as if she was hiding something. Actually. After a while, through Yu Wenru's narration, Fang Quibing learned that although Yu Wenru and Yu Mai were twins, Yu Mai was very intelligent and had been good at strategy since childhood. When she was 11 or 12 years old, she was valued by Sichu Yang and became the battalion commander of the Qi battalion. Since then, she has become the pride of the entire Yu family. Although Yu Wenru was not good at those things, she liked medicine very much. However, the Yu family did not want her, a girl, to be a doctor. Not only did she have to show up in public all day, but she also had to take pulses. It's okay if it's a woman, but if it's a man or an old man, he will inevitably be taken advantage of by some people. To the extent that Yu Wenru often quarreled with her family. Finally, his father came up with an idea: as long as she could cure 66 diseases or save 100 people, the Yu family would let her be the doctor. At first, Yu Wenru thought it was very simple, as she cured many minor illnesses. But later on, she felt more and more helpless. Compared with minor illnesses and disasters, those difficult and complicated diseases were the biggest test for her. So she went to find her teacher, but unexpectedly, her father used money to drive her teacher away in order to prevent her from studying medicine and becoming a doctor. Out of desperation, she could only look for a doctor in Waning to learn the craft. A few days ago, I heard that this traveling doctor was a miracle healer, so I came to visit him. I also saw him curing diseases and saving lives with my own eyes. So I wanted to come and learn happily today, but I never thought I would encounter such a thing. Fang Quibing was silent for a while, thinking in his mind. Seeing a doctor has nothing to do with me, so I'd better let her find another way. So he smiled faintly and said, "Miss, you will definitely be a good doctor in the future, but I don't know any medical skills. I just know some folk remedies. I can't help you at all. Please forgive me, Miss Yu." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. But Yu Wenru had no intention of letting go, and quickly opened her arms to block him. "Sir, if you don't know medical skills, how could you come here to uncover this liar's conspiracy?" Fang Quibing couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. This girl is really difficult to deal with. Should I tell her about Liang Yushin? But after all, it is someone else's hidden illness, and I have no relationship with him, so how can I tell him about it? So he sighed helplessly. "Miss Yu, we are here by coincidence. Please make way for me. It's so late today. Please go home as soon as possible." Then Fang Quibing rushed forward and directly knocked Yu Wenru's arm away. Yu Wenru was reluctant to see him leave, and when she saw them leaving, she shouted again, "You made someone faint in public, believe it or not, I will go find my sister right now, and see how you explain it then." After hearing this, Fan Shuilian raised the sword in her hand and shouted, "Go find him if you can. He's a liar, and there are so many people who can testify against him. So what can you do even if you told her?" Seeing that Yu Wenru was so aggressive, Fang Quibing thought that if he really called Yu Mai to investigate the matter, he would definitely find out why we moved out of Yongla City. In this way, he would also find out his identity as a male disciple. So he hurriedly pulled Fan Shuilian back. "Miss Yu, whether you can go or not still needs the consent of the governor. We have no right to interfere." Seeing this, Fan Shuilian was very confused. She frowned and muttered in a low voice, "Master. She was the one who made the mistake first. Why do you keep putting up with her?" Fang Quibing responded in a calm voice, "It was all because of me that I made you leave Yongla City and come here. I don't want you to be in danger again before you find a place to stay." At this time, Liang Yushin's eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost all hope, and his dead eyes blinked. If she wants to go, let her go. One more person doesn't make much, one less person doesn't make much either. There have been so many people who wanted to laugh at me over the years, so it doesn't matter. The reason why Liang Yushin said this was not only because of his daughter, but more importantly because of himself. For so many years, even though the lord of the city was Liang Yushin, the prefect, Sichuyang never took him seriously. At the end of every year, when all the officials gathered together after eating and drinking, Sichuyang always liked to make fun of him. It was said that he was only concerned with healing his daughter and didn't care about the people in the city at all, so he composed 4 lines of poetry. In the house of a governor in Wanshan, he is oblivious to the imperial court's affairs. One daughter is ill and the whole family is with her, causing both city affairs and national affairs to be affected. Not only did it make him lose face, but he could no longer hold his head up among many officials. Not long after, they arrived at Liang Yushin's door. Seeing that Liang Yuyu had been waiting outside the house, Liang Yushin hurriedly jumped off the carriage and ran to her, not even bothering about his half-crippled leg. "Yuyu, didn't I ask you to wait at home? Why did you come out?" Liang Yuyu immediately helped her father to the side and frowned and asked, "Dad. You?" Liang Yushin knew what she was going to ask, so he shook his head in disappointment, that itinerant doctor is indeed a liar. After Liang Yu found out, she was sullen and silent for a while, then she forced a smile and said to her father, "Wouldn't it be better if he was a liar? This way, we can get rid of harm to the people." Although Yu seems calm and composed at this moment, his father knows the pain and helplessness in his heart. Seeing his daughter so well behaved and sensible, Liang Yuxing felt a pain in his heart like a needle piercing his chest. Just then, Fang Quibing came over. He smiled and said to the father and daughter, "The itinerant doctor may be a liar, but I am not. I can make your daughter back to normal today." Then he waved back. "I wonder if we can still go in." Liang Yuxing had already given up any hope in Fang Quibing's words, so he nodded nonchalantly. "You can go in, but you have to leave here tomorrow. This is our home after all. We have no plans to entertain any distinguished guests in the next few days." Then he took Liang Yoyo's hand and walked into their house. Seeing this, Fan Shuodian muttered, "This. Are we here to see a doctor or to be bullied? Really?" Fang Quibing glanced at her, then smiled softly at Fan Shuodian and said, "Many things in this world are like this. Before you achieve your goals, people often don't understand you and will laugh at you for no reason. It's harmless." Immediately, they looked at the packages that Fan Shuodian had bought, and opened them again to take a closer look. The timing is just right. So he asked Fan Shuodian to bring a basin of water and pour all the spices into it. Out of curiosity, Liang Yu finally sneaked out. After seeing Fang Quibing's operation, she was quite curious. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, Fang Quibing spoke first. "Miss Liang, do you have any wine at home?" Liang Yu nodded without hesitation. Not long after, Liang Yu came over with a large jar of aged wine, and placed it in front of Fang Quibing while panting. Seeing that all the ingredients were ready, Fang Quibing placed the brazier on the fire rack as usual. "You guys go out first. When I'm done, I'll open the door and let you know. Spices from various flowers, musk, patchouli, wine, water, and fire. What on earth is this for?" Yu Wenru thought about it over and over again but had no idea what all these things could be done together. So I asked curiously, "What exactly do you want to do with all this? They can go out, but I can't. Don't you forget why I followed you here." Seeing how difficult she was, Fan Shuodian wanted to pull her out. Fang Quibing glared at Fan Shuodian, then smiled at Wenru. "I asked them to leave because there will be some very smelly gas here later, and I'm afraid it will choke them. Since Miss Yu wants to stay, then stay." Chapter 23 Huahai Brand Perfume. Yu Wenru looked at the brazier in front of her with a frown. After a while, a strange smell wafted out of the brazier, which was very pungent. She sneezed several times in a row. Although Fang Quibing held his breath, he could still smell some. He covered his mouth and nose and looked at Yu Wenru in front of him helplessly. "Miss Yu, I told you that there would be unpleasant smelling gas. Did you believe me?" Yu Wenru hurriedly retreated to the innermost part of the room, pointed at the brazier and pinched her nose and asked, "What on earth are you doing? What is this pungent gas? Are you making poison?" After hearing this, Fang Quibing took a glance, then focused his eyes on the boiling liquid in the brazier, and his heart sank. The wine in Liang Yuxing's house is for drinking, it is not alcohol, and the purity is not high. I wonder if the perfume made from it will be effective. After another half an hour, the pungent smell gradually turned into fragrance, and the concentration of the fragrance continued to increase. Fang Quibing opened his mouth and nose and sniffed carefully. That should be about it. So he turned around and waved to Wenru. But what he didn't expect was that Yu Wenru actually fell asleep. The sky outside was already dark and pitch black. Such a dark night would inevitably make people sleepy. Fang Quibing thought for a moment, then used the teacup on the table in the room to scoop a small cup of the liquid from the brazier, slowly walked in front of Yu Wenru, placed it under her nose, and fanned her gently with his sleeve. After a while, Yu Wenru seemed to smell something, a strong fragrance, and she slowly opened her eyes. "You?" When she opened her eyes, she found Fang Quibing was less than half an inch in front of her. She immediately shook her body and shouted in panic, "You, what are you going to do? I knew you were a liar. You actually did something bad to me while I was sleeping." When Fang Quibing heard her call him like that, his eyes involuntarily fell on her breasts and he frowned. Her figure is good, but compared with those wives of mine, she is still a little behind. Then he looked at her shy and frightened face and smiled. "Miss Yu, you must have misunderstood. I just saw that you were asleep and I didn't have the heart to wake you up, so I put the perfume I prepared under your nose to see if I could wake you up with the scent. It seems that it should be possible. After hearing this, Yu Wenru was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the teacup in his hand. At first glance, it's just a glass of water. If there is any difference, it's just a few bubbles in the water. Then she sniffed again. It would have been better if she hadn't smelled it. The moment she smelled it, her eyes widened and her expression was filled with shock. This, what do you call it? Why does it smell so good? Did you just make this with the brazier? How did you do it? It was so pungent just now, but now it smells so fragrant, it's like being in a sea of flowers. Fang Quibing was unable to explain Yu Wenru's question for a while. These are all chemistry problems, how can he explain them? So I simply dealt with it. Oh, this is called perfume. You are the first person to smell it, so let's call it flowersy perfume. Yu Wenru seemed to understand Fang Quibing's words. She slowly took the teacup and smelled it again. Perfume. Wine and tea are common, but what is perfume? Fang Quibing turned around and took a look, then said softly, "It's already late at night, what is this perfume? I'll explain it to you later." After saying that, he turned and walked out the door. At this time, Fan Shuejiao and the others who were waiting outside the door did not relax for a moment, for fear that something might happen inside. Especially when the unpleasant smell came out just now, Fan Shuelian was frightened. If she had not been stopped by Fan Shuejiao, she would have rushed in long ago. Liang Yuyu was even more anxious. No matter what her father thought, she still held a glimmer of hope for Fang Quibing. Hey, their master is coming out. Fan Shuemei and Fan Shuelian were extremely happy when they saw Fang Quibing coming out of the room, but when they saw Yu Wenru standing inside, jealousy immediately appeared on Fan Shuemei's face. This Yu Wenru is really annoying. Fang Quibing walked out of the room and stretched first, then walked up to them. He found that Bai Yurou was still not among these people, so he asked curiously. Where's Yurou? Why can't I see her? When Fan Shuemei saw that he was looking for Bai Yurou, the first thing he did after he came out, she pouted and said unhappily, She's still the same, not sociable at all, and doesn't care about the safety of her master. She went to bed a long time ago. Fang Quibing sighed helplessly, then glanced at Fan Shuejiao in front of him. Shuejiao, take Miss Yu in, I'll tell you what to do. Then he came to Fan Shuejiao's ear and whispered softly for a long time. Afterwards, Fan Shuejiao politely wanted to take Liang Yuyu into their house, but was suddenly stopped by their servants. What are you going to do? Let my lady go. Fan Shuejiao was stunned, glanced at Fang Quibing and was about to explain, but Liang Yuyu blurted out. This is a distinguished guest in our home, you must not be rude. The servant hurriedly bowed in response. Miss, the master has ordered that they can do whatever they want, but you must not get involved. I am just a servant, please forgive me. Liang Yuyu usually obeyed her father at home and never refused, but this time she hesitated. Thinking of her father's lonely eyes and helpless expression when he came back today, she took a deep breath and whispered, I know this is what Dad meant, but this matter concerns me. Since it is my own business, I have to make the decision. You get out of the way. The servant was quite shocked after hearing Liang Yuyu's words. In the past, Liang Yuyu would do whatever the master said, but this time she didn't listen at all. On one side was the master and on the other was the eldest lady, so he was very conflicted for a moment. So he pleaded again, Miss, please don't embarrass me. I just came here to pass on a message. If the master knew about this, Okay, stop talking. My father knows his limits and won't do anything to you. If you still don't believe me, you can come in with me. When Fan Shuejiao heard her say this, she hurriedly tugged at her sleeve and lowered her head to whisper. Then Liang Yuyu hurriedly waved to the servant and said, You'd better not come in. As for my father, I will talk to him in person. After saying that, he walked into their house without looking back. At this time, Yu Wenru just wanted to come out but was locked inside again. Fang Quibing looked up at the night sky and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the servant beside him and smiled. My dear little brother, your master is the governor of the city, why are you the only servant? Fan Shuelian was also quite curious, her big eyes flickering. Yes, the governor must have several servants accompanying him. Why are you alone? Are you so frugal that you don't even want to hire one more servant? But the servant didn't say anything. He just stood there and stared at the situation in the house. Fang Quibing blinked, winked at Fan Shuilian, and then whispered to Fan Shuime, are you tired? You've been tossing and turning for so long all night. Why don't you go to sleep first? After hearing this, Fan Shuime's big watery eyes curved into crescents. She thought for a moment and smiled, today is my first night married to my master. We must sleep in the same bed. How can I sleep alone? Besides, this is still Liang Yuxin's residence after all, so let's wait until everything is over before we talk about it. After hearing this, Fan Shuilian covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Fang Quibing saw her expression and asked in confusion, Shuilian, why are you laughing? Fan Shuime looked at her in even greater confusion. I'm not laughing at anything. I'm just laughing at my second sister. Fan Shuime glared. Laugh at me. Second sister, the master's meaning just now is very obvious that he can't wait to enter the bridal chamber, and you are still refusing. If the master told me to sleep for a while, I would definitely agree immediately and pull him to sleep with me. I am not like you who is so shy and pushes back and forth. Fan Shuilian's words made Fan Shuime extremely embarrassed. Her face is as red as a monkey's butt. You? Fan Shuilian? Stop talking nonsense. This place is not like our own home. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Then he turned his head and sat on a stone in the yard. Fang Quibing was left speechless by Fan Shuilian's words. This Fan Shuilian, it's okay that she is impatient, but how come she can't even control her words? We must take good care of ourselves in the future, and must curb the bad habit of speaking ill of others. Seeing Fan Shuime sitting on a rock with her face covered, she must be too shy to face anyone, so he slowly walked over and patted her on the back. Okay, Shuilian didn't mean it. I was just joking with you. There's no need to take it seriously. Get up. And at this moment, the door of the room was opened again. Yu Wenru and Fan Shuijiao walked out slowly first. Yu Wenru, who was full of sleep, glanced outside the door, walked to Fang Quibing and muttered, I'm going home first. This method of treating body odor is really rare. I think I have learned it. It's too late today. I will come to ask for advice tomorrow. Goodbye. After saying this, before Fang Quibing could speak, Yu Wenru had already walked out of the yard. Fang Quibing looked up and saw that there was no one behind Fan Shuijiao. He walked forward curiously and asked, Shuijiao, where is Miss Yu? Why didn't she come out? Fan Shuijiao looked at Fang Quibing with a smile on her face, her eyes full of admiration. I didn't expect the master to have such a skill. Miss Yu's body odor has been cured, and she is now crying with joy in the house. After hearing this, Fang Quibing finally felt relieved. But he knew very well that this perfume and sulfur soap were based on the same principle. Although the strong fragrance could cover up the smell of body odor, the overall effect was not as solid as that of sulfur soap. After the fragrance dissipated, the smell of body odor would still exist. But this is the only way for now. At least Liang Yuxin will sell the house to me at a low price after seeing it. Solving the current problem of food and accommodation is the top priority. Chapter 24 Wedding Night. Seeing this, the servant rushed in and saw Liang Yu crying. He asked hurriedly, what happened to Miss? Did they bully you? I'll tell the master right away. Then he turned around and ran out the door. Return. Liang Yu wiped her tears with her hands and then corrected her tone. Master Fang has already cured my hidden illness, why are you looking for Dad? If you have nothing else, go down first. After hearing this, the servant was stunned at first, then turned his head to look at Fang Quibing outside the door, frowning in disbelief. Him? Did he really cure your hidden illness? How is that possible? After Liang Yu calmed down, she slowly walked out the door and glanced at the servant. Then he cast his gaze at Fang Quibing outside the door and bowed. Just as she was about to thank him, she found that her father was walking over behind them. Seeing this, Fang Quibing waved his hand and said, Miss Yu, there's no need to be so polite. You should use more of this Huaxiang perfume in the future. If it runs out, I will make more for you. Although your hidden disease cannot be cured completely, this method can at least avoid unnecessary embarrassment. As soon as Fang Quibing finished speaking, Fan Shuilian glanced back inadvertently, quickly tugged at his clothes, and kept looking back. Fang Quibing looked back and saw that it was Liang Yuxin. He then politely put his hands together and saluted. Sir, your daughter. Fang Quibing originally wanted to tell him about the perfume, but he never expected Liang Yuxin to rush over, hold Liang Yoyo's arms with both hands, look at her carefully, and tighten his nose. Really no more. Then he turned around and laughed loudly. Mr. Fang is really a miracle doctor. I didn't expect that my daughter's hidden illness of more than 10 years was really cured by you. Har har har. Fang Quibing was naturally very happy after hearing this, but this method was not a long-term solution after all, so he had to tell him first no matter what. But Fan Shuajiao beside him seemed to see the clues and whispered in his ear, Master, I know what you want to say, but the best plan for now is to get this mansion first. Fang Quibing had thought about Fan Shuajiao's words, but he couldn't deceive himself. Seeing Liang Yuxing so excited, he didn't want to find out that his daughter was not cured and be disappointed again. It was hard for him to convince himself of such a self-deception. So he took a deep breath and whispered to Fan Shuajiao beside him, I just thought as you did, but seeing how happy the father and daughter were, I really couldn't lie to them. After saying that, he took half a step forward, but just as he was about to speak, Liang Yuxing spoke first. Mr. Fang, since you have cured my daughter, I will keep my promise. This mansion will be yours from tomorrow. Liang Yuxing's words made Fan Shuajiao and the others very excited. Fan Shualian even jumped up with joy and shouted to Fan Shuamei beside her, Great, from now on we have our own home, and we can bring Dad here when the time comes. Fan Shualian was as happy as a child, but Fang Quibing kept his head down and said nothing. Although he had obtained this mansion with his own ability, he was still a little worried. After all, I didn't tell Liang Yuxing the truth. What would I do if it was discovered in the future? Master, what's wrong with you? Why do you look unhappy? Fan Shuamei noticed something and asked in confusion. Fang Quibing hesitated for a moment, then waved his sleeves with a smile, Nothing, just a little tired. Liang Yuxing and his daughter, who were still excited at the moment, laughed and said after hearing his words, I thought you were just bragging, but I didn't expect you to actually do it. Thank you for your hard work tonight. You can stay in the guest room tonight. I will let my servant take you there later. I will hand over the land deed to you tomorrow morning. If you have any difficulties in the future, please let me know. I, Liang Yuxing, will do my best to help you. Then he took his daughter and walked towards the main hall. After the two of them left, the servant came to Fang Quibing and whispered, Since the eldest daughter was born, I have never seen the master so happy. Master Fang is really a god. I'm sorry to hear that. My master has searched all over Daxing but couldn't find any way to cure the young lady's illness. Your appearance is really a blessing for the master. After hearing what he said, Fang Quibing looked him up and down. Before he could speak, Fan Shualian asked again. My dear, you ignored us just now because you were worried that the young lady was in danger. Are you relieved now? Why does Governor Liang have only you as his servant? Fang Quibing glared. Shualian, this is someone's private matter, so don't ask too much. Seeing this, the servant first smiled politely, then sighed. Well, you are the benefactors of the master and the young lady, there is nothing you can't tell them. After his description, we learned that this man's name was Liang Chuzi, and he was the illegitimate son of Liang Yuxing. Liang Yuxing was the prefect of Wanchen. In order to preserve his reputation, he could only treat this illegitimate son as a servant. According to the laws of Daxing, men would be demoted when they reached the age of 15. However, if they were an official family, they could still keep one male as their servant. If they were high-ranking officials, they could have 3 to 6 male servants. However, these servants could only be men, not women. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Liang Yuxing never recruited any other male descendants. In this way, Liang Chuzi would not be demoted and could stay with Liang Yuxing all the time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for his mother and Liang Yoyo's biological mother, they had died of illness a long time ago. After knowing this, Fang Quibing was filled with emotion. This damn Daxing law has caused so many people and so many families to suffer just for the purpose of adding male offspring. Alas, I didn't expect that Governor Liang was also a miserable person. Then who is older, you or Miss Yu? Fan Shualian's question instantly made everyone extremely embarrassed. Fang Quibing hurriedly pulled her aside and said with a serious expression, Shualian, how can you ask that? If he said that he was older than Miss Yu, it would mean that Liang Yuxing had already fallen in love with someone else when his wife was pregnant with Yu. What do you want Liang Chuzi to say about this? Do you want him to admit in person that his father is heartless and disloyal? After hearing this, Fan Shualian lowered her head and remained silent, rolling her eyes, not knowing how to respond. Fan Shuajiao beside her was sighing and muttering. Third brother, you have to change your outspokenness. If you continue like this, I don't know how much trouble you will cause in the future. Besides, you are still under Sichu Yang's command. If anything you say makes Sichu Yang unhappy, your good days will be over. Fan Shualian was speechless after being scolded by the two of them and could only nod her head continuously. Fang Quibing then patted Liang Chuzer on the shoulder and said earnestly, "My wife just said the wrong thing. Every family has its own problems, and we all understand that." Liang Chuzer shook his head helplessly. "In fact, Yu doesn't know that I am the illegitimate son of Governor Liang. She was born with a hidden disease, and her mother passed away early, so it's better not to let her know. I don't think you are bad people, and you cured Yu. Besides, we will move away tomorrow, so it's okay to tell you." "It's okay." At this time, Fan Shuamei was sitting on the stone. Seeing them whispering endlessly, she said something impatiently. "Master, Miss Yu's illness has been cured. Why are you talking so much to a servant? Don't you need to sleep?" Fan Shuamei, who had been too shy to speak loudly, suddenly shouted, which really scared Fang Quibing. He then reacted and looked at Liang Chuzer in front of him and asked politely, "I almost forgot the time. I've been busy all day and I'm not sleepy anymore. But I have a few other ladies. Where is our guest room? Could you please show me the way?" Liang Chuzer bowed quickly and smiled. "Oh, look at my memory. I was so busy chatting with you that I almost forgot what the master told me to do. Come this way." The yard was pitch black late at night. Nothing could be seen except a few dim candle lights illuminating the road. Fang Quibing originally wanted to take a closer look at this yard, but then he thought better of it and decided to wait until tomorrow when this yard completely belonged to him. "This is the guest room. Do you live together, or?" Fan Shualian was stunned for a moment. "Does this mansion have many guest rooms? Even if there is, don't you know that we are husband and wife? Do couples have to sleep separately?" Fan Shualian's three questions left Liang Chuzer speechless. Fan Shuajiao hurriedly pulled her back and glared at her fiercely. "Why are you starting over again? The master and I just lectured you in vain. Brother Liang, my third sister is a chatterbox, don't take it to heart." After hearing this, Liang Chuzer smiled awkwardly at first, then handed the key to Fang Quibing and turned around and walked away. After entering the room, Fang Quibing wanted to sit at the table and drink a cup of tea to relax his tense mood after a day of tension, but Fan Shualian and Fan Shuamei blew out the candles in the room without hesitation, and took off their clothes, revealing their red bellybands under the bright moonlight. This scene made Fang Quibing's heart beat faster and his body shudder. He stuttered in panic. "You, what are you doing?" Seeing Fang Quibing at a loss, Fan Shuajiao also took off her clothes and came to Fang Quibing's side and said softly, "Master, there is nothing to be shy about. We should have spent our wedding night in Yongla City, but we encountered so many things. Let's hurry up before dawn."